I never liked people much. I mean, I wasn't rude or anything, but I liked being alone. I always felt better out in the woods than in a crowd. I worked from home doing freelance drafting work, and when I wasn't working, I spent most of my time outside, hiking, fishing, just being out in the open. I think that's why the idea of staying alone in a remote cabin for a couple weeks felt perfect. It was the middle of October. The heat was finally gone, the leaves were turning, and most of the tourists had cleared out from the national parks. That's when I liked going. I found this cabin online. It was privately owned, a bit off the grid, about 3 hours outside of the nearest town in northern Montana. No internet, no cell service, no neighbors for miles. It sat at the end of a rough gravel road that ran through dense pine forest and ended just before a narrow river. From the photos, it looked old but solid, one level, wood exterior, slanted green metal roof, and a small porch out front. It had a wood stove, a propane generator for lights, and well water. Simple, but more than enough for me. I packed up what I needed: canned food, pasta, beans, oats, rice, trail mix, coffee, a couple gallons of water just in case, 2 changes of clothes, a flashlight, batteries, a pocket knife, a hand crank radio, a tarp, and a few other supplies. I brought a .308 bolt-action rifle, too. Not because I was expecting trouble, but because it was bear country, and I wasn't about to take any chances. I kept it cleaned and loaded in the back seat. The drive out there was peaceful. The further I got from civilization, the better I felt. It was like the tightness in my chest that always lingered in town just let go. By the time I turned off the main road onto that gravel path, I felt like I could breathe again. The road was rough, with deep ruts and thick tree branches scraping against the truck. It took a good 20 minutes to reach the cabin once I left the main road. The cabin looked exactly like the pictures. A bit more weathered up close, but not in a bad way, just aged. It had a solid door with a heavy lock, and the windows had latches and shutters on the inside. The porch creaked a little under my boots, but everything seemed fine. I unlocked the door, stepped in, and smelled old pine, dust, and smoke from the last person's fire. I opened the windows to air it out, unpacked my things, and set them on the shelves and counters. The place was just one big room with a bed in the corner, a small table, a couple chairs, and a metal stove in the middle. There was a small bathroom with a compost toilet and a rain barrel connected to the roof, but I planned to use the woods for that anyway. The first day passed slow and calm. I walked down to the river and stood on a flat rock, just watching the water rush by. It was cold, fast, and crystal clear. I saw trout in the deeper pools and told myself I'd bring my rod tomorrow. I cooked some rice and beans over the stove, ate while sitting on the porch, then lit a lantern and read until I got sleepy. That night, I slept like a rock. I didn't hear anything. No cars, no voices, no engines. Just wind, and the occasional crack of branches swaying above. For someone like me, that kind of silence is worth more than gold. The second day, I fished in the morning, caught 2 decent trout, cleaned them on a rock, and cooked them with salt and pepper. In the afternoon, I walked upstream, following the river through the trees for about an hour before turning back. I didn't see any signs of other people, no trash, no boot prints, no fires, just animal tracks. Deer, elk, maybe some raccoon. It was how I liked it. Wild, quiet. But that night, something changed. Around midnight, I woke up to a noise. It wasn't loud, but it was different from the usual wind and creaking trees. It sounded like a soft thud, something tapping lightly on wood. I laid still and listened. After a few seconds, it came again. A slow, dull tap, then silence. I sat up slowly. My eyes adjusted to the dark. The moonlight coming through the cracks in the shutters cast thin white lines across the floor. I waited. Nothing. I got up, walked to the window, opened the shutter just enough to peek outside. I didn't see anything. No movement, no shapes, just trees, still and black. I figured maybe a branch fell on the roof or something. I went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easy. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing out of place. I climbed up onto the roof just to be sure. No fallen branches, no damage. I wrote it off as nothing and tried not to think about it. The days that followed were mostly normal, but the nights got stranger. The third night, I heard something again. It was closer this time, and it wasn't a tapping. It sounded like a soft, quick scrape against the outer wall, just below the window. Not an animal noise, more like something solid dragging along the wood. I sat up, heart pounding, and grabbed the flashlight from the floor. I turned it on and aimed it toward the window, but the light didn't reach far outside. I didn't hear anything else for the rest of the night. The fourth night, it happened again. This time, I heard the sound of something brushing against the porch steps, like cloth or rope being pulled. Then I heard a single, slow footstep on one of the wooden planks outside. Not 2 steps, not walking, just one and then silence. I didn't sleep after that. I sat on the bed with the rifle across my lap and waited for the sun. In the morning, I checked the porch carefully. There was no sign of anything. The dirt around the steps didn't show any tracks. The woods were still. I didn't see or hear anything strange during the day, but by now, I felt like I was being watched. I couldn't explain it, but I kept looking over my shoulder when I walked to the river or when I chopped firewood. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Being alone that long can play tricks on you, right? But deep down, I didn't believe that anymore. On the 6th day, I found something. I had gone out a little farther than usual, about 2 miles downstream. I was following a narrow trail of flattened grass that looked like game path. As I rounded a bend, I saw something up ahead on the ground. It looked like a pile of old clothes. As I got closer, I saw it was more than that. It was a torn-up sleeping bag, partially buried under leaves and sticks. The fabric was faded and moldy. Next to it was an empty backpack, shredded down one side like it had been cut or torn. Everything about it looked old, but not ancient. Couple years, maybe. Inside the bag was a rusted multi-tool, a dented canteen, and a cracked plastic case that might have held matches. I looked around. No sign of a fire ring or a tent. Just the sleeping bag and bag, as if someone had just stopped and laid down in the dirt. The woods were dead silent. I didn't stay there long. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door and closed every shutter tight. That night, I didn't hear anything, and maybe that was worse. The silence was too perfect. No wind, no owls, no trees creaking, just a dead stillness that pressed down on me like a weight. On the 7th night, the tapping came back. But this time, it was faster, more like fingers, like someone drumming gently on the wall just inches from my head. I froze. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't move. Then it stopped. And then, clear as day, I heard a long, slow exhale through the wall, like someone standing right outside, just breathing. That's when I knew someone was out there, not an animal, person. I waited until dawn, then went outside with the rifle. I circled the cabin slowly, eyes scanning every tree and bush. I found something near the back corner of the cabin. Faint prints in the dirt, bare feet, human. The toes were long, and the heel pressed deep into the soil like the person was standing there for a while. I felt sick. I didn't pack up that day because I wanted to believe I could still ride it out. I told myself maybe it was a homeless person or some off-the-grid type, or even just a crazy local. Maybe they were harmless. Maybe if I left them alone, they'd go away. But they didn't. That night, they came closer. I had the shutters closed and the lantern off. I sat in the dark, rifle in hand, heart racing. Then I heard something touch the doorknob. Not a jiggle, not a knock, just a light click, like someone brushing their hand against it. Then I heard footsteps walking slowly around the cabin. Not rushing, not sneaking, just walking like they knew I was inside. And they didn't care. I waited until I heard the last step fade into the trees, and I didn't move until the sun came up. I left that morning. I packed everything into the truck as fast as I could and drove back up that gravel road. My hands were shaking the whole way. Every shadow between the trees looked like it was watching me. I didn't stop until I hit the main road and saw power lines and fences again. When I got back to town, I called the sheriff's office. They sent someone out to meet me. I told them everything, what I heard, what I saw, the sleeping bag, the breathing. The deputy didn't laugh, but he didn't look surprised either. He said they'd send someone to check it out. A week later, they called me back. They said they found the old sleeping bag and backpack. Nothing else. No prints. No sign of anyone living near. I wasn't planning on going that deep into the mountains. I just wanted a break, a quiet place away from everything. No phone, no work, no people. I had rented a small, one-room cabin through a listing I found online. It was buried somewhere near the Wyoming-Idaho border. The ad described it as remote, peaceful, fully equipped for off-grid living. It was cheap, too cheap. I didn't think much of that. At the time, it just seemed like a great deal. I drove for over 6 hours to get there, the last 2 hours being mostly gravel road that twisted through the forest. By the time I arrived, the sun was already falling behind the trees. The air was colder than I expected. The cabin sat in a small clearing, backed by tall pines. It was plain, wooden walls, tin roof, one small window in front, facing a narrow trail that disappeared into the trees. There was no driveway. I had to leave my car parked at a wide patch of dirt about 30 yards away and carry my stuff by hand. I brought a heavy-duty backpack with canned food, bottled water, matches, a camp stove, and a sleeping bag. The cabin had a little wood-burning stove, a table, and one chair. There was a narrow cot pushed into the far corner. It was more like a hunting shack than a vacation spot. There was no electricity. The only light came from a lantern hanging on a rusty nail near the door. I liked it right away. That first night, everything felt perfect. I lit a small fire in the stove. I heated a can of soup. I sat by the open door and listened to the wind move through the trees. It was quiet, too quiet sometimes, but I had wanted silence and I got it. The first strange thing I noticed happened the next morning. I stepped outside to relieve myself and found boot prints in the dirt near the cabin. I hadn't walked there. They circled the cabin once and then led back toward the trees. I thought maybe they were mine. Maybe I had wandered that way while looking around the night before. But the tread was different. The boots were wider and deeper, like they belonged to someone heavier than me. I stood there staring at them for a long time, trying to convince myself that I was wrong, that it was nothing. I ended up brushing the prints away with a branch and forcing myself to move on with the day. That second night, I went to bed early. It was colder than the night before. I pulled my sleeping bag tight around my body and lay there listening to the stove crackle and the forest creak. Somewhere deep out in the woods, I thought I heard something snap. A branch maybe, but it was faint. Could have been anything. I forced my eyes closed. Then, sometime around midnight, I woke up to the sound of snow crunching. That was odd, because it hadn't snowed. The ground outside was still packed dirt and pine needles. I stayed still, my heart beating hard in my chest. I wasn't sure if it was real or something from a dream. I listened harder. Crunch, crunch. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the direction of the trees. I sat up quietly, careful not to make noise. The fire in the stove had burned low. The cabin was almost completely dark. The only light came from the red coals glowing behind the stove door. I didn't have a flashlight, only a little oil lantern. I didn't dare light it. I just stared at the small front window. Nothing moved. Then the crunching stopped. I held my breath. The silence stretched on too long. I didn't hear the steps retreat. I didn't hear anything else. I stayed awake for over an hour, sitting upright in the cot, listening, but nothing came after that. I eventually drifted back to sleep from pure exhaustion. In the morning, I forced myself to step outside. I checked around the cabin. No tracks, nothing disturbed. I walked to the tree line and looked for signs of movement. Broken branches, disturbed pine needles, anything. But there was nothing. I told myself it had just been a dream, but I couldn't shake the tight feeling in my stomach. I had spent time in the woods before. I wasn't scared of animals, but this was different. This wasn't a bear or coyote. The steps were slow, heavy, human. The third night was worse. I barely slept. I lay in my sleeping bag with my eyes wide open, staring at the wooden ceiling, waiting for any sound. I kept the stove going all night, feeding it with small pieces of dry wood. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind against the walls, made me flinch. Around 2 a.m., I heard the cabin floor creak. It wasn't from me. I hadn't moved. It was soft, just one creak, like someone had stepped inside the doorway and froze. I didn't move. I held my breath again. The room was black except for the orange light from the stove. My eyes were already adjusted to the dark. I looked toward the door. It was closed, still latched from the inside. I told myself it was the wood settling. Maybe the heat from the stove had made something shift. That made sense. But I didn't believe it. The next morning, I didn't go outside for a long time. I sat at the table and waited until the sun was fully up. When I did finally open the door, I saw something new. On the window ledge outside was a dead bird. Its neck was broken. Blood soaked its feathers. It had been placed there deliberately. That's when I knew someone was watching the cabin. I didn't have a phone signal. I checked every spot around the cabin, even climbed a small hill behind the trees, but there was no reception. The only way back was the dirt road. I could have hiked out, but it was a long walk, and I didn't want to leave my stuff behind. I made a decision to pack everything the next morning and leave. That night, I stayed up with the lantern lit. I kept my knife out on the table, right next to the matches and a metal thermos. I didn't plan on sleeping. I just wanted to stay awake until daylight. Sometime around 3 a.m., I saw the shadow. It moved across the window, just for a second. Figure, person, moving slow from left to right. I froze. Whoever it was had to be standing just a few feet from the cabin. I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no breathing, just the shadow moving in front of the window. I waited. My hands were shaking. I didn't turn off the lantern. I wanted whoever it was to know I was awake. Then I heard the sound. It was faint but clear. Breathing, right outside the window. Slow, raspy, close. I couldn't move. Then the breathing stopped. A long pause, and then the knob of the door turned. It didn't jiggle like someone testing it. It turned slowly, like someone trying to open it as quietly as possible. But it was latched. The bolt held. After a few seconds, it stopped turning. Then came silence. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't speak, just stood there. Eventually, the steps moved away. I heard them crunch across the dirt, toward the trees. Not rushed, calm, like he knew I wasn't going anywhere. I didn't sleep. I didn't even close my eyes. At first light, I packed everything I could carry. I didn't eat. I didn't bother to clean up. I just shoved things in my bag and left. I didn't look back at the cabin. I jogged most of the way to the car. When I got there, I saw something else. The windshield was cracked. Not shattered, just one long, clean crack running across it. And on the hood, a smear of blood. A small handprint, like someone had leaned on it. I got in and drove, fast. I didn't stop until I hit pavement, and even then I didn't slow down until I reached the first gas station 20 miles out. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't report it. I didn't write a review. I just deleted the listing from my bookmarks and promised myself I'd never go off-grid again. But here's the part that still keeps me up sometimes. 2 weeks later, I got a letter in the mail. There was no return address, just a plain white envelope with my name written on it in block letters. Inside was a photograph, a blurry, slightly tilted photo of me, sitting at the table inside the cabin, looking down at my food, taken through the front window. There was no note, no signature, nothing else, just the photo. That's how I knew he had been watching me the whole time, not just from the trees, but close. Real close, close enough to take pictures through the window, close enough to reach the door, close enough to hear me breathe. I moved apartments after that, changed my number, switched jobs. I even sold my car, just in case it had been tagged or followed. But I still don't sleep through the night. Sometimes I wake up and stare at the window, wondering if I'll see a shadow again. And every time I get a package or an envelope without a name on it, I freeze. I know he's still out there, and I know he remembers me. I rented a cabin deep in the woods of northern Montana for a week to get away from everything. It was one of those remote cabins with no internet, no cell signal, and no neighbors for miles. That's what I wanted. I needed quiet. I had been working nonstop for nearly 10 months without a break. I felt like my mind was going in too many directions every single day. Phone always ringing, email always pinging, and people constantly needing things from me. I wanted silence. I didn't want to see anyone's face or hear anyone's voice. Just trees, wind, maybe the sound of running water, and nothing else. I booked it through a small local site, not one of the big rental platforms. The guy who owned the place emailed me the directions and said there'd be a lockbox on the back deck with the key inside. The cabin was off a dirt road almost 30 minutes away from the nearest town, and even that town had maybe 2 gas stations and a diner. I got groceries, filled up my tank, and drove out on a Saturday morning, windows down, music off. I just wanted to hear the gravel under the tires and my own thoughts for once. The road to the cabin was narrow and winding. Trees grew close to the edge. Some branches scraped the sides of the car as I made my way deeper into the woods. There were no signs or markers beyond a milepost the owner mentioned. Just as he said, there was a gap in the trees where an old wooden gate stood open. A rusted-out metal sign on one post read "Private." I turned in and drove slowly for maybe another 8 minutes until I saw the cabin through the trees. It looked old but solid. 2 stories with a steep green roof. The outside was dark wood, probably stained from years of weather. The porch creaked when I stepped onto it. I found the lockbox, turned the code he gave me, and took the key out. The front door opened stiff, but it worked. Inside it smelled like pine and dust, the way you'd expect an old cabin to smell. It was dim inside, with narrow windows and heavy curtains, but sunlight pushed through enough to see everything. The main room had a couch, a couple of chairs, and a big stone fireplace. To the left was a small kitchen with a table and 2 chairs. The stairs were right across from the door, leading up to a small hallway and 2 rooms. One was a bedroom with a queen bed and a window that looked out onto the trees. The other was some kind of office with an old desk and a bunch of empty shelves. I chose the bedroom and dropped my bag there. I didn't bring much, just clothes, a few books, and a bag of food that would last me a week. I planned to cook simple meals and spend most of my time reading or hiking. That was the whole point. There was no TV, no radio, no landline, no cell service, just silence. The first day was peaceful. I unpacked, walked around the cabin a little, and made a sandwich for dinner. I sat on the porch until the sun went down. The woods got darker faster than I expected, and by 8:30, it was pitch black out there. No streetlights, no glow from town, just pure black and the sounds of bugs and trees rustling. I went inside, locked the door, and read by the light of an old lamp. I went to bed around 10. I didn't sleep much that night. The forest was louder than I expected. Creaks from the trees, some weird high-pitched whines in the distance. Maybe animals? Once or twice I thought I heard something walking near the cabin, but I told myself it was probably deer or raccoons. Still, I didn't sleep until almost 2. Next morning I woke up at 8, groggy. Made coffee on the gas stove, took it out onto the porch. I stood there a while just watching the woods. Everything was green and alive and moving slowly with the wind. I could hear birds up in the trees and the faint sound of a creek somewhere in the distance. I decided I'd take a hike down the slope behind the cabin. There was no trail, but I figured if I walked in one direction and paid attention, I could always turn around and retrace my steps. I walked for maybe half an hour downhill. The trees thinned out a bit, and I found the creek I'd heard. The water was shallow and fast. I sat there a while on a rock and just listened. I felt relaxed for the first time in months. It was only when I got back to the cabin that I noticed something strange. The front door was open. I stopped walking when I saw it. I clearly remembered locking it before I left. I even checked it twice. The doorknob was turned all the way inward, not just hanging open like the wind pushed it. Something or someone opened it. I stood still in the grass for a full minute. Nothing moved inside. I didn't hear anything. I stepped up onto the porch slowly. The floorboards creaked. I looked around, then into the living room. Nothing looked out of place. My bag was still in the bedroom. The kitchen table was how I left it. I walked inside, heart pounding a little. I checked the bedroom, the bathroom, the office upstairs. Nothing. Everything looked untouched. I didn't find anything missing. No drawers open. No broken windows. I went back to the living room and stood there staring at the open door. Could it have been the wind? I doubted it. The door was heavy, and the lock had to be turned fully. I knew I locked it. I remembered turning the key and pulling on the handle to make sure it was secure. Still, I closed it and locked it again. I even dragged a chair from the table and wedged it under the doorknob from the inside, just in case. I felt a little paranoid, but told myself maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe I didn't close it all the way, even though I remembered doing so. The isolation might have been messing with me. That night, I tried to calm down. I made pasta and read a little. I didn't go to bed until 1 a.m., and I barely slept. I kept listening. Every sound felt louder. The wind outside, the shifting boards in the walls, something knocking once or twice. Maybe pine cones falling onto the roof. Or maybe not. I woke up at 5 a.m. in total silence. It was too quiet. Even the birds weren't singing. I felt heavy, like I hadn't rested at all. I went downstairs and stood in the living room in the dark. I could see just enough with the morning light through the curtains. The chair I had wedged under the doorknob was moved. It wasn't knocked over. It wasn't in the same position. It was neatly pushed to the side of the room, up against the wall. The door was locked, but the chair wasn't where I left it. Something had been inside. While I was asleep, I looked around again, every corner, every drawer, every closet. Nothing missing. Nothing strange, except that I didn't want to stay. I wanted to pack and leave, but I told myself it might have been my imagination. Maybe I moved the chair the night before and didn't remember, but I knew that wasn't true. I spent that day sitting near the fireplace with a heavy book in my lap and a kitchen knife in my hand. I didn't go outside. I didn't eat much. I didn't read. I just listened. That night I didn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow, even ones. I was downstairs, sitting on the couch in the dark. No lights. I hadn't lit the fire. I held the knife and stayed still. The footsteps walked across the bedroom floor, then stopped. For a full 10 minutes, nothing happened. Then one single creak on the stairs. Just one. I didn't move. I stayed on the couch until the sun came up. When it did, I crept up the stairs. I looked into the bedroom. Everything looked untouched. The bed was still made. No sign of anyone. I opened the closet door. There was a small hole in the wall. A broken panel in the back. Maybe a foot wide. Dark inside. Too narrow for a person. But something about it made my skin crawl. I didn't touch it. I packed my things fast. I stuffed everything in my bag, grabbed my keys, and locked the door on my way out. I didn't look back. I got in the car and drove straight to the gate and out to the main road. I didn't stop in town. I drove all the way back to the city and didn't sleep until I was in my own apartment, behind a locked door with lights on and people in every direction. 2 days later, I got a call from the cabin owner. He said the cleaner went in after I left and found the office shelves had been moved. Behind them was another broken panel in the wall. And behind that, a crawl space. It ran the entire length of the cabin. Inside it were wrappers, old clothes, and a pair of muddy boots. Whoever had been staying there never left. They must have been there the whole time I was. Back in late October of last year, I took a contract from a small municipal department in the northern part of the state. I work freelance now, basic field operations, equipment handling, rural construction, things like that. They needed someone to help assess and temporarily repair a section of damaged road up near the timberline, just outside a national forest. Apparently, it had been washed out from heavy rain earlier that summer, and now they needed to send someone out to lay temporary drainage and stabilize the slope before winter came in full force. The thing was, the road wasn't near anything, no towns, no ranger stations, no paved access for miles. Just an old gravel logging road that wound around the hills. The whole thing was remote, far from everything. They told me there was a small maintenance cabin about 6 miles up a trail off that road. It had no power, no plumbing, no signal, just a place to sleep. It was usually only used in emergencies or by forestry workers checking tree growth in the area. I'd have to bring my own food, gear, gas, everything. That wasn't a big deal to me. I'd done jobs like this before. I've spent days in the woods by myself. I like the quiet. I like not hearing traffic or people or phones. And the pay was good, too good, honestly, for just 2 weeks of work. That should have been a sign. I packed up everything I'd need in the back of my truck. A gas generator, tools, canned food, water, a cot, spare boots, battery lights, work gloves, thermal gear, fuel cans, batteries, a chainsaw, a satellite radio just in case. Everything. I had to park the truck about a mile down from the washout and hike in with the smaller gear in a frame pack. That was the start of it. The area around the road was thick pine forest. Tall, old trees, thick underbrush. No real sound except wind and birds. After parking, I walked in and spent the first afternoon examining the slope damage and laying out my plan. Then I hiked back out, took the main trail to the cabin, and set up there before night fell. The cabin was old but solid. It sat in a small clearing and looked like it hadn't been used in years. It was about 20 feet long, maybe 12 wide, with dark wood siding and a slanted tin roof. There were some scuff marks around the door like people had kicked mud off their boots, but I couldn't tell how recent they were. Inside, there was just a single bed frame, a steel stove, a folding table, and a dusty chair. I rolled out my cot, set up my lanterns, and placed everything else against the wall. That first night, I made a simple meal of canned beans and rice and fell asleep early. I didn't hear a thing during the night, but sometime near morning, I woke up to a strange feeling. I wasn't sure what it was, just a kind of stillness. I was used to silence, but this felt different, like something was waiting. I lay there for a while, just staring at the ceiling beams. I could see my breath, and the air felt thick. Eventually, I got up and stepped outside. The clearing was covered in light frost. Everything looked normal. No animals, no prints in the frost, just my own tracks from the day before. The first few days went fine. I worked from early morning to sunset, hiking back and forth between the worksite and the cabin. I was mostly digging shallow trenches along the slope, laying culvert pipe and clearing rockfall. I'd return to the cabin around dusk, eat, read a bit from the field manual, and sleep. I saw some wildlife here and there, squirrels, a few deer, some birds, but I didn't hear much else. And something about that started to bother me. The forest felt too quiet, not in the peaceful way it usually does. No distant calls, no small rustling in the bushes. I started noticing that even during the day, the wind didn't seem to push through the treetops the way I expected. The light seemed a bit dimmer. It might have just been cloud cover or the altitude, but it made everything feel sort of off. Then there were the trees. I know that sounds strange, but I kept noticing that the trees near the cabin were spaced oddly. They weren't planted. This wasn't an old tree farm, but the trunks were unnaturally straight, and each one stood about the same distance apart. I didn't think much of it until the third night, when I walked out behind the cabin to get some air and noticed something else. All the trees around the clearing tilted slightly inward, toward the cabin. Not dramatically, but enough that when I looked up from the middle of the clearing, I could see the angles converge. That creeped me out more than I wanted to admit. It felt like the cabin was sitting in the center of something unnatural, something shaped, but I tried to let it go. I kept working. The job was going well. I'd already cleared the runoff path and was 2 days away from placing the last set of gravel bags and rebar netting. Then, on the 6th night, I woke up suddenly. It was around 2 a.m. I know because I had a small digital wristwatch I kept clipped to my cot frame. I didn't wake up from a sound. I woke up from a feeling. Pressure, almost. My ears felt like they were underwater. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise even though I was alone. My breath came out in clouds. The cabin was colder than it had been the night before. I grabbed my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam landed on the far wall and I froze. There was a smear on the inside of the wall, about the size of a hand. Dark, smeared. My brain didn't register it as anything at first, just a mark. Then I stepped closer. The smear was a dirty brown color. Not blood, not paint, more like damp soil, but it had been pressed there, like someone had run muddy fingers down the wall. 5 thin streaks. I checked the door. Locked. Windows, still latched. I went outside and circled the cabin. No fresh tracks in the dirt. I walked to the treeline. Still no sign of anyone or anything. I didn't sleep much after that. I sat up for hours just listening. I started keeping my work knife in my sleeping bag with me after that. The next day, I took a break from the job and went to the nearest ranger shed, which was about 5 miles down the trail in the opposite direction of my truck. I wasn't reporting anything, just checking in. But when I got there, the shed was locked. There was a logbook pinned to the door. The last entry was dated June, 5 months earlier. No one had been there since. I went back to the cabin and tried to shake it off. Maybe the smear was just from me. Maybe I hadn't noticed it earlier. Maybe I brushed the wall after digging. But it didn't feel like that. On the 8th day, something happened that finally made me realize I needed to get out. I was returning from the work site just as the sun was starting to drop behind the ridge. I was about 50 feet from the clearing when I heard something. Not loud, not close, but it stopped me in my tracks. It was a sound I hadn't heard in days. A branch snapping, but it didn't come from the ground. Came from above, from the treetops. I looked up quickly. Nothing. The canopy was dense. Light was fading. I stood there for a full minute, breathing hard, listening. Then again another snap, higher this time, followed by what sounded like bark scraping against something. Then silence. I hurried the rest of the way to the cabin. I didn't look back. That night, I didn't turn off my flashlight. I left it on and pointed toward the door. I kept the knife close and one boot on. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke up again a few hours later to the sound of something tapping. It was soft, irregular. Tap, tap, tap. Then nothing. It was coming from behind the wall, near the far corner. Not the door, not the window, but the back corner, where there was nothing outside except thick brush. I didn't move. I just listened. Then it stopped. I got up and slowly walked to the back wall. I placed my ear against the wood and stood still. I heard breathing. Not mine. Not shallow or panicked. Slow, deep breathing. Right on the other side of the wall. I stepped back slowly, picked up my boots. I didn't turn on the main lantern. I didn't make a sound. I waited for what felt like hours. The breathing didn't come back. No more tapping. Eventually, the sky started to lighten. That morning, I packed everything. I didn't care about the job anymore. I left a note pinned to the door with the logbook, saying the job site was mostly done and that I was cutting the assignment short. As I stepped into the woods to head back down the trail, I took one last look at the cabin. There were new marks on the outside wall. The same streaks, dirty vertical lines, 2 sets this time, but they were 10 feet off the ground. I made it to the truck by early afternoon and drove straight back to the city. I didn't stop. I didn't sleep. I didn't report anything. I just finished the job paperwork and said the weather turned too early for me to complete it. They paid me anyway. A month later, I looked up the area again. Just curiosity. There was a line buried in an old article from 1997 about a missing field surveyor near that same stretch of road. Disappeared while staying in a temporary shelter. Never found. No details. No follow-up. That was enough for me. I don't go out on solo contracts anymore. I work with a partner. I stay near town. Keep my phone on. I keep logs. I check in with someone every day. And I never, ever... It was early October when I decided to take a short trip to the woods in northern Michigan. I had some vacation time saved up, and the thought of spending a few quiet days in a small, remote cabin was too tempting to pass up. I'd been stressed for months. Work, bills, noise in the city. It all added up. I just wanted silence, stillness, nothing more than cold air, rustling leaves, and time alone with my thoughts. The cabin belonged to an old coworker who barely used it anymore. He'd let me borrow it before once for a weekend, and I remembered it being basic but decent. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no TV, just a wood stove, small kitchen, and an outhouse about 30 yards from the back porch. The closest town was a 40-minute drive, and the last 15 miles were gravel road. It sat at the edge of a large field that led into thick woods that stretched for miles. That was what I wanted, to feel isolated, maybe even a little lost. And I got it. I arrived late in the afternoon, just before sunset. The sky had that dry orange glow that only autumn can create. The air smelled like cold grass and dying leaves. I unpacked my small cooler, some canned food, and a sleeping bag. I remember checking the inside of the cabin thoroughly, opening all the drawers and cabinets, making sure no mice had gotten in. It was musty but dry. I lit the small propane lamp and heated a can of soup on the little camp stove. I ate in silence, sitting at the small wooden table with just the lamp flickering beside me, the shadows dancing on the walls. I could already feel myself relaxing. I stepped outside after eating and stood on the front porch with a cup of hot tea. It was quiet. No cars, no voices, not even the sound of birds anymore. Just wind moving through the long grass in the field. The moon was out, casting a dull silver light across everything. I stayed out there for maybe 20 minutes, just breathing it all in, then went back inside and locked the door. I slept early that night, the kind of sleep that only comes when you're far away from everything. I didn't even bring my laptop or a book. I just wanted to shut off my brain for a while. The wood stove kept the cabin warm enough, and I drifted off fast. The next morning, I got up with the sun. I made coffee on the stove and sat on the porch again, still wrapped in my sleeping bag. The fog hung low over the field, and the trees in the distance looked like shadowy teeth sticking up out of the ground. I sat out there for nearly an hour, sipping coffee and listening to the sound of the forest waking up. Distant woodpeckers, crows, and the wind again. Always the wind. After breakfast, I walked down to the edge of the field where the grass grew waist-high. I didn't go far into it, just enough to feel the blades brushing against my jeans. There was a small footpath that started near the cabin and disappeared into the trees. I followed it for a few hundred feet just to see how overgrown it was. Pretty soon it was thick with roots and brush, so I turned back. I wasn't really here to hike. I was here to do nothing. That day passed slow, the way I wanted it to. I read an old magazine I found in one of the drawers, cleaned a bit, and chopped some wood I found under the tarp near the shed. I made more soup for dinner and sat out watching the stars once the sky went black. The temperature dropped fast. I went in, locked the door, and was asleep by 9. It was the third day that things started to feel different. I woke up around 6:30 a.m. again and stepped outside like I had the other mornings. The fog was heavier this time, and it hung thicker over the field. I was standing on the porch with my coffee, staring across the field toward the tree line, when I saw something strange. There was a shape, a dark figure standing out there in the grass. At first, I couldn't tell if it was a stump or maybe a post. It was far off, probably 150 yards or more. I squinted and stood still. It wasn't moving, but it didn't look like part of the land. I leaned forward, coffee forgotten, eyes locked on the shape. It looked like a man, not moving, just standing there, facing the cabin. I stared for what felt like a minute straight. Nothing changed. No movement, no shifting, just stillness. I turned quickly, went inside, and grabbed my small pair of binoculars. They weren't great, cheap plastic ones I used sometimes at baseball games. When I looked back through them, the shape was gone. Nothing there. I lowered the binoculars and scanned the field with my eyes again. Empty. Just fog and wind through the tall grass. I told myself it was nothing. A shadow. A log. Maybe even my imagination. Maybe I was still half asleep. Still, I stayed inside longer than usual that morning. Something didn't sit right. It wasn't fear exactly, just a strange feeling in my gut. Something I couldn't name. That afternoon, I walked back to where I thought I saw the figure. The grass was slightly bent down in spots, but there weren't any footprints or anything else unusual. Just cold grass and silence. I stood there for a while, turning in circles, scanning the woods, listening for anything. Nothing. That night I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about the figure, about how it stood so still. I kept telling myself I imagined it, that it was just the fog and light playing tricks on me. But it didn't feel like that. I kept the lamp on most of the night, dozing off and waking up every hour. The next morning, I walked out onto the porch again. I almost didn't want to look across the field, but I did. And there it was again. Same place, same distance, same figure. Only this time it was closer, maybe 20 yards closer. I froze. My coffee sloshed and spilled onto the steps, but I didn't move. It was a man. I could tell now. Tall, wearing dark clothing, face pale but too far to see clearly. Just standing there. Not walking, not waving, not yelling. Just standing. I didn't go for the binoculars this time. I didn't need to. I could feel the presence even from that distance. After about a minute, I stepped back inside and shut the door. I locked it again and sat at the table, staring out the window. The figure was gone when I looked again. Gone. This time I didn't go into the field. I stayed near the cabin all day. I felt like something was watching me. I kept catching small movements out of the corner of my eye. Shadows shifting, grass swaying the wrong way. I kept checking the windows, expecting to see someone staring in. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the stove burning low and sat in the corner of the room with a small hatchet I found near the shed. I don't know what I expected to do with it, but I needed to hold something. Something real. At some point during the night, maybe 3 a.m., I heard something. Movement on the porch. Slow, deliberate steps. Not an animal. Not wind. Footsteps. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just sat there, heart racing, grip tight on the hatchet. The footsteps didn't come to the door. They just stayed on the porch for a while, then disappeared. No knock, no sound, just silence again. The next morning, I packed my bag. I didn't care that I had another 2 days planned. I needed to leave. I threw everything into my car and started it. The tank was half full, and I prayed it would be enough to get me back to town. As I pulled out of the dirt driveway and began to head toward the main road, I looked into the rearview mirror, and I saw him, standing in the field again. But now he was at the edge of the trees, further back, like he was watching me leave, like he was waiting for something. I didn't stop. I didn't blink. I drove until I hit pavement. Then I kept driving. I never reported it. What would I say? A man stood in a field and looked at me? A man who never moved, never approached, never did anything at all? But I'll never forget it, because I went back there a year later, just to see. I had to. Curiosity, maybe, or stupidity. The cabin was still there. Same shape, same old look, but different. It had been broken into. The windows were shattered. The inside was torn up. Drawers dumped, chair broken, stove smashed. No sign of animals. And in the middle of the floor was something I didn't expect. A single footprint, a boot print, pointed toward the door. The strange part, the cabin had wooden floors, but the print, it looked like it was left in wet soil, almost like whoever left it had been standing in that field for a long, long time. I never went back again, and I never will. I had been needing to get away for a while. Work was piling up. My back was hurting from sitting too much. Everything was starting to feel like static in my brain. It wasn't like I was unhappy. I just needed silence. I needed somewhere to think, to rest, to reset. A friend of mine owned a small wooden cabin deep in the forest, around 3 hours north of where I lived, and he said I could use it anytime I wanted. There was no internet, no cell service, no neighbors within 2 miles. Just a cabin, trees, a gravel road, and a stream out back. It sounded perfect. I packed light. I didn't bring much except canned food, bottled water, a small camping stove even though the cabin had a fireplace, a few flashlights, extra batteries, my sleeping bag, a hunting knife I always took when I went out into the woods, and a paperback novel I'd been meaning to finish for months. I made sure the car's fuel tank was full before leaving town. The weather was clear, a little warm for fall, and the sky had that kind of dry brightness that made everything seem peaceful. The drive out there was long but nice. There weren't many cars on the road. After about 2 hours, I turned off the highway and drove another 40 minutes through narrow forest roads. The trees got thicker the further I went. Some parts were so tight it felt like I was driving through a tunnel of leaves. Eventually, I turned onto a dirt road barely wider than my car. There was a small rusted metal sign, partly hidden in the brush, that had the name of the forest preserve on it. I followed that road for a while. It was bumpy and winding, and the branches above were so close they tapped against the car roof. The cabin sat at the end of that road. It was tucked between tall pine trees with thick moss on their trunks. The air smelled like earth and pine needles. The cabin itself was simple. One floor, one front door, a small porch with 2 wooden steps. It had a tin roof, a little chipped on the edge, and the wood was weathered to a dull gray. But it felt solid, felt private. Inside was just a single room, a small table with 2 chairs, a fireplace with some stacked wood beside it, a bed frame with a thin mattress that sagged in the middle, a few shelves, no TV, no fridge, just the basics, the kind of place where the quiet becomes loud after a while. I opened the single window and let the breeze in. Everything smelled like dry wood and dust, but in a clean, untouched way. I settled in quickly, put my sleeping bag on the mattress, placed my gear in a corner, unpacked the food and set it neatly on the shelf. The stream out back made a constant trickling noise that blended with the wind in the trees. For the first few hours, I just sat there on the steps, watching the trees move. No cars, no voices, no screens. Felt exactly like what I needed. By evening, the sky turned orange and quiet. I made a small fire in the fireplace using the dry wood already stacked inside. I didn't have much of an appetite, so I ate a can of beans straight from the tin, then read a few chapters of my book by flashlight. The quiet was strange. Not eerie, just heavy. Every small sound stood out. The shifting of wood, the wind, the soft knock of a branch outside. I kept glancing at the window for no reason. I told myself it was just the newness of the place. I wasn't used to such deep silence. That first night, I barely slept. The mattress sagged and made my back ache. But more than that, I kept hearing something outside. Not close, just around, like small, irregular snapping sounds in the woods. Could have been anything. Squirrels, deer, wind. Still, every time I started drifting off, I'd hear it again. It didn't sound like footsteps exactly, but it didn't sound like nothing either. The next morning was cold. I boiled some water for instant coffee and stood outside, rubbing my arms and watching the trees again. I didn't see anything strange. No tracks, no animals, just silence and pine needles. I convinced myself I was just jumpy from being alone. That day, I hiked around the area. I followed the stream for a while, saw a few small fish in the water. Nothing big. The forest was thick but not hard to walk through. I made sure to mark a few trees with notches so I wouldn't get turned around. I even found a little clearing about a half-mile from the cabin with some wildflowers still hanging on despite the season. Felt peaceful. That evening, I cooked on the small stove and sat outside for a while in the twilight. I saw a few birds, a rabbit darting past, but nothing large. Still, as the sun dipped and the shadows stretched out between the trees, I got that feeling again. That sense of being watched. It didn't make sense. There was no one out here. The road was empty. I hadn't passed another car since I'd turned off the highway. I had no reason to feel like that. That night, the noises started again. This time, they were closer. Still not loud, but more deliberate. Something snapping small twigs. Something brushing against leaves. I sat up in the bed and listened. My flashlight was already in my hand. I didn't move, just listened. The noise circled the cabin slowly. I heard it on one side, then behind, then the other side. It never came right up to the window, stayed back in the trees. I kept thinking maybe it was a deer walking through, or a raccoon. But deer don't circle buildings like that. Raccoons don't move like that. Eventually, the noises stopped. I didn't sleep. I just sat there, staring at the ceiling and waiting. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. The ground was covered in pine needles and leaves, so it was hard to tell if there had been any tracks. But I noticed something strange at the edge of the trees. A cigarette butt, still fresh, not rained on. The filter was white and the end was blackened like it had been smoked just the night before. That didn't make sense. There shouldn't be anyone out here. The cabin was private land. The road wasn't marked. I hadn't seen anyone, and I knew for a fact that I hadn't smoked anything. I didn't even bring cigarettes. I picked it up using a stick and threw it in the fire pit. That whole day I stayed near the cabin. I kept my knife in my jacket pocket and my flashlight in the other. I didn't go hiking. I just watched the woods. Nothing moved. The stream still flowed. The wind still rustled the trees, but everything else felt still. That night, I didn't start a fire. I didn't want to make any light. I kept all the lights off. I sat in the dark inside the cabin, facing the window. The moon was bright, and enough light came through to see the outline of the trees outside. I sat there for hours, just waiting. At some point after midnight, I saw it. A shape, far off, maybe 30 feet into the trees. Not close, but not far. Just standing there. Still, it was a man. I could tell from the shape. He was facing the cabin. He didn't move. I sat frozen, barely breathing. I couldn't see details, just the silhouette. No flashlight, no noise, just a man in the trees staring. I didn't do anything. I didn't move. After maybe 10 minutes, he stepped back, then vanished into the dark. No sound. I stayed awake until dawn. As soon as the light came, I packed everything. I loaded my gear into the car and didn't even eat breakfast. As I was locking the cabin door, I noticed something on the porch railing. A small, flat piece of wood. Someone had carved a symbol into it. A circle with an X through it. I hadn't seen it the day before. It hadn't been there. I left. I drove fast down the dirt road, heart hammering. When I got to the main road, I felt a little better. But I kept checking the rear view, just in case. About 20 minutes later, I saw something that made my stomach twist. A red pickup truck parked on the side of the road. Old, muddy, no plates, and someone was sitting in the driver's seat, just watching the road. He didn't wave, didn't nod, just stared as I passed. I didn't stop. I drove until I reached the highway, then didn't stop until I got home. That night, I locked every door and window and slept with the lights on. I told my friend what happened. He didn't believe me, said maybe it was just a hunter or some local. But that land was posted, private, no hunting signs everywhere. He brushed it off. I didn't. I never went back to that cabin. I still think about the man in the trees. I think about the cigarette, the carved symbol, the red truck. I think about how quiet he was, how still. And I know one thing for sure. Someone was watching that cabin. And he wasn't just passing by. He knew I was there. I was 36 when I decided to rent a cabin up north for 2 weeks to get away from everything. I didn't tell many people, maybe just 2 friends. I didn't want any calls or check-ins. I just needed time to clear my head. Life had been getting heavy. Work pressure, arguments with my brother, and the constant noise of the city. I needed silence. I needed to sit still and not think about anything. A cabin deep in the woods sounded like the only right idea. I found it online. It wasn't expensive, and it looked clean in the pictures. It was located near a place called Maple Ridge, about 4 hours from where I lived. I packed up my car with a couple bags of groceries, 2 jugs of water, a heavy flashlight, warm clothes, a folding knife, a battery-powered lantern, some instant noodles, and my laptop, even though I didn't plan to use it much. The place didn't have Wi-Fi or even a cell signal, but that was the whole point. I got there on a Tuesday morning. The weather was dry, sky clear, sun low. The drive up was long but peaceful. Once I left the highway and started following the narrow gravel road into the woods, I started to feel that weird silence I was looking for. The trees got denser, the shadows thicker. I drove slower. At one point I thought I might have passed it, but eventually I saw the cabin. A small single-story wooden building with a dark metal roof. It had 1 front door, 2 windows, and a tiny wooden deck with 3 old steps. There was a mailbox on a post, though I doubted it got mail anymore. Just off to the right, about 20 feet away, was a shed. Smaller than the cabin, darker in color, and with a padlock on the front. I parked on the flattened dirt patch beside the cabin, got out, and stretched. The air was fresh. It smelled like dry bark, wet moss, and pine needles. There were no sounds at all, except for some soft wind moving through the trees. I unlocked the cabin door using the code I'd been given and stepped inside. The inside was simple. Wooden floors, wooden walls. One small couch, a low table, and a fireplace. A narrow hallway led to a small bedroom with a single bed and a dresser. The kitchen was part of the main room, just a sink, some cupboards, and a gas stove that looked older than me. The bathroom had a compost toilet and a small shower stall. There was no mirror. There were no clocks. The windows didn't have curtains, just blinds that didn't quite reach the edges. I unpacked, made some tea, and sat on the small wooden porch with my thermos. The sun was up higher now, but it was still cool. I didn't see any wildlife. No squirrels, no birds, nothing. It was quiet, really quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you hear your own heartbeat if you sit still long enough. That's what I wanted. After tea, I walked around the cabin. The ground was mostly dirt and dead leaves, with some patches of rough grass. The trees around were tall and thin, mostly pine. There were no other cabins nearby. No trails. No signs of recent visitors. Just the shed out back. It was old and darker than the cabin. Its walls looked water-stained and its metal roof had patches of rust. The padlock on the front door was thick and newer than the wood it hung from. I walked up close, looked around it. No windows, just one door. I pulled gently on the handle, but it didn't move. Solid. I don't know why, but I stared at that lock for a while. Something about it felt out of place. It wasn't old like the rest of the shed. It was bright silver and newer looking. Still, I wasn't there to snoop. I went back to the cabin and spent the rest of the afternoon reading and writing in my notebook. I boiled noodles for dinner, lit the lantern when it got dark, and sat on the porch again with a blanket. I couldn't see anything past the edge of the small clearing around the cabin. The darkness between the trees felt heavy, like something pressing in. There were still no animal sounds, just wind. That night I slept lightly. The mattress was thin. I heard creaks in the wood above me, and now and then a crack outside. I kept telling myself it was just the woods settling, the air shifting, nothing more. Still, I slept with my knife beside the bed. On the third night, something woke me up. I didn't hear a specific sound, just a shift in the silence. You know how sometimes you wake up and you just know something's different? That's what it felt like. I sat up slowly. The air felt colder than usual. I got out of bed and walked to the front window, lifted one blind slat, and looked out. I didn't see anything, just the dark shape of the clearing and trees beyond. The moon was out, so it wasn't pitch black. I looked toward the shed. Its door was slightly open. I stared at it, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe the wind loosened it. But I had pulled on it myself that first day. It was locked tight. That padlock couldn't have just fallen off. I threw on my jacket, grabbed the flashlight and the knife, and stepped outside barefoot. My heart was already beating faster than it should have. The cold hit me hard, but I ignored it. I walked slowly toward the shed, keeping the flashlight low. As I got closer, I saw the lock on the ground. Not broken, just unhooked, like someone had taken it off and dropped it. The door was open maybe 4 inches. I stood still for maybe a full minute. I didn't hear anything inside. No movement, no breathing, no shuffling. I pushed the door slowly with the tip of the flashlight, creaked loudly and swung open. The shed smelled bad, like old plastic, damp cloth, and something else, maybe meat or oil. I held the light up and stepped in. There were no tools, no firewood, no shelves, nothing like that. Just 5 big black trash bags tied shut and stacked on top of each other in the corner. I froze. The bags weren't dirty. They looked new, thick, clean. They didn't belong to the same time as the rest of this place. I didn't touch them. I backed out of the shed and closed the door again, but there was no way to lock it now. I picked up the padlock and brought it inside the cabin with me. I didn't sleep after that. I just sat by the window watching the tree line. I kept checking the clearing every hour. No movement, no sounds. At one point, I thought I saw something white between the trees, like a scrap of cloth or a pale hand. But when I pointed the flashlight, there was nothing there. The next morning, I went back to the shed with gloves and a mask I had brought for dust. I opened one of the bags with the tip of my knife. Inside were clothes, Men's clothes, jeans, shirts, underwear, socks. Folded, clean. Some of them had names written on the inside tags with permanent marker. One said Kevin R. Another had J.M. Another said Marcus. There were 5 bags. I opened each one. They were all the same. No trash, no tools, just clothes. The last bag had shoes in it, all different sizes, all men's shoes, some muddy, some new-looking. One had dry blood on the heel. I packed up all my stuff in less than an hour. I left the remaining food, took only what I brought, and drove away fast. The road felt longer than it had on the way in. I kept checking my mirror, expecting to see someone walking behind me, but the road stayed empty. I didn't tell the rental owner anything. I didn't report anything right away. I wasn't even sure what to say. Your locked shed has men's clothes and shoes in it? That sounded crazy. I drove straight home, locked every door, closed every blind, sat in my own bed with the lights on for 2 days. After 3 days, I finally called the sheriff's office in the Maple Ridge district. I told them about the shed and what I saw. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I never heard anything after that. A few weeks later, I went back to the same listing online to see if the cabin was still up. It wasn't. The whole listing had been taken down. I searched the name of the rental company. No results. I searched the location using the GPS I had used earlier. The satellite view showed the clearing and the roof of the cabin. But when I zoomed in, the shed was gone, like it was never there. But I remember that lock. I remember those bags. I still have the notepad I brought with me. On one of the pages, I wrote the names I saw on those tags. I checked them sometimes, just to remind myself it was real. A couple months ago, I decided to search those names. I found 3 missing person cases, all men, all vanished in the last 4 years. 2 were last seen hiking up north. 1 was last seen on a road trip. None of them were ever found. I don't know who owns that cabin. I don't know if those bags were left by the person who locked that shed or if they were planted there to scare someone like me. But I know I wasn't supposed to open that door, and I'll never go back into the woods again. I never really liked staying in places too far from town, but I needed a break. I had been stuck in a cycle of work, sleep, and scrolling through my phone at night while lying in bed feeling hollow. I needed to disconnect. So when my coworker told me about a small cabin he and his wife used to rent out a few years back, I decided to go for it. He said it was quiet, remote, and right in the middle of nature. No internet, no neighbors, a wood-burning stove, a well, and a small creek that ran along the back edge of the property. That was all I needed to hear. I packed up my car with the basics: canned food, water jugs, camping stove, lanterns, a few books, a folding knife, and my sleeping bag, and drove up on a Friday morning. The drive was peaceful. Once I left the highway, the road turned to gravel and wound deep through the woods. After about 15 minutes of bouncing over uneven ruts and dodging low-hanging branches, I pulled up to the cabin. It was smaller than I imagined, just a single-story wooden box with a pitched roof and a small porch out front. But it looked sturdy, and the setting was beautiful. Tall trees surrounded it on all sides, and the only sound was the wind moving through the leaves. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, swept out the dust, and got the wood stove going. I walked down to the creek and sat on a flat rock for an hour just listening to the water run. I didn't check my phone once. That night, I cooked a can of chili on my portable stove and read by lantern light. It got cold quickly after sunset, but I was ready for that. I rolled out my sleeping bag on the single bed in the corner and fell asleep around 10. The next morning, I woke up to sunlight streaming through the small window over the sink. I made some instant coffee and went for a long walk through the woods. I didn't follow any trail, just wandered aimlessly for a few hours. It was easy to lose track of time out there. Every direction looked the same after a while, just tall trees and fallen branches and patches of moss covering the ground. But I kept track of where the sun was and made sure to circle back before it got too low. By the time I returned, the sun was dropping behind the trees. I was tired, so I made some soup, read for a bit, and went to bed early again. I fell asleep quickly. That night, something woke me up. I didn't know what time it was. I hadn't brought a clock, and I had turned my phone off on purpose. The room was dark, except for the dim red glow of the lantern on its lowest setting. I sat up and listened. The wind had stopped. It was dead quiet. That was probably what woke me, the silence. Even in the woods, you get used to a certain amount of background noise, wind through the leaves, creaking trees, distant owls. But now it was completely still. I lay back down and closed my eyes, but I couldn't get comfortable. I had that strange feeling that someone was watching me. Not the way people say that sometimes in movies or in jokes, but a real physical sense like I wasn't alone in the room. I turned over, opened my eyes, and stared at the door for a long time. Eventually, I told myself I was being paranoid. I closed my eyes again, pulled the sleeping bag tighter around my shoulders, and finally drifted off. In the morning, everything looked normal. I felt a little silly for how nervous I'd been during the night. I went down to the creek again, then made a fire and boiled some water for coffee. I spent most of the day chopping wood and reading. Nothing unusual happened, but that night, I had trouble falling asleep again. Something was bothering me. It wasn't just the silence anymore. It was the window. There were no curtains, and as I lay in bed, I realized how exposed I felt. The trees were just a few yards from the cabin, and it occurred to me that if someone were standing out there, I'd never see them unless they moved. It was just black beyond the glass. That night, I got up and pushed a small table in front of the window. It didn't block it completely, but it made me feel a little better. I left the lantern burning low again and eventually fell asleep. I woke up early the next day, maybe around 6. The light outside was still dim, and there was fog in the trees. I stepped out onto the porch with my coffee and stared into the woods. That's when I saw it. A man. He was standing about 40 feet away, half hidden behind a thick pine tree. He wasn't moving, just standing there. I froze. I didn't know how long he'd been there. I couldn't see his face clearly, just part of his shoulder and one leg. He wasn't wearing bright clothes, just something dark. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe it was a shadow, but no, it was a man. I didn't move for at least a minute. My first instinct was to call out, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to draw attention to the fact that I had seen him. I slowly stepped back into the cabin and shut the door as quietly as I could. I stood there in silence. My heart was pounding. I felt exposed. There was no lock on the cabin door, just a sliding bolt from the inside. I clicked it into place and backed away. I looked out through the window again, but the man was gone. I sat on the floor for over an hour, staring at the trees. I kept telling myself maybe it was a hiker or someone from a nearby property just passing through. But this land was private. I was miles from any other house. There was no trail, and he wasn't walking. He had been watching. After a while, I tried to go about my day like normal. I chopped more wood, cooked some beans, and read a few chapters of a novel. But I kept glancing toward the window every few minutes. I didn't see him again that day. That night, I didn't sleep much. I put the table and a chair against the door. I turned the lantern up brighter and held my knife in my hand while I lay in bed. I kept my shoes on. My eyes kept darting toward the window. At some point, I must have drifted off from exhaustion. In the morning, I checked outside. I walked around the cabin and saw something that made my stomach drop. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. These were larger and deeper. They led around the side of the cabin to the back, near the window above the sink. I followed them. They didn't go anywhere else. Just stopped at the back wall like whoever it was had stood there watching. Just standing, watching me through the window while I slept. I walked back inside, locked the door, and sat down. I needed to leave. I didn't want to spend another night out there, but the idea of walking back to my car through the woods, with someone possibly out there, made me hesitate. My car was parked a few hundred feet away down a narrow trail. I'd have to walk to it alone with no visibility through the trees. If he was still out there, I'd be vulnerable. I decided I'd leave at sunrise the next day. I wanted full daylight. I packed everything up that afternoon, except my sleeping bag and lantern. I had one more night to get through. It was the longest night of my life. I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the corner, holding the knife, listening for sounds outside. Every creak made me flinch. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch, but I didn't move. I just sat there, frozen, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. At first light, I grabbed my stuff, opened the door, and made a run for my car. I didn't look back. I threw everything into the back seat, jumped in, and started the engine. As I drove down the narrow trail, I kept expecting to see someone step out into the road, but no one did. When I finally reached the highway, I felt like I could breathe again. I didn't stop driving until I was back home. I unpacked and took the longest shower of my life. Later that week, I told my coworker what had happened. He looked surprised, but not entirely shocked. He said that years ago, when he and his wife had stayed there, they sometimes saw signs that someone had been around the property. Trash moved, fresh tracks, but they had assumed it was animals. He never mentioned it because nothing ever happened. I called the sheriff's office in that area and reported the incident. They said they'd send someone to check it out, but I never heard back. Weeks passed. Then one night, I was walking to my apartment from the parking lot. It was late, and the lot was mostly empty. As I reached the stairs, I felt that same sensation I'd felt in the cabin, like I was being watched. I turned around slowly. There was no one there, but I can't shake the feeling that whoever it was out there in those woods, he saw me. He watched me, and maybe, just maybe, he followed me back. I've never gone camping alone again, and I never will. I had been planning to get away from everything for a while. Work had been nonstop. I was sitting in front of a screen for 10, sometimes 12 hours a day, and the headaches were getting worse. My sleep schedule was all over the place. My fridge was mostly empty, and I hadn't spoken to anyone in person for more than a few minutes in weeks. I didn't feel depressed exactly. I just felt worn out, like my head was always full of static. I wanted a place where I wouldn't hear notifications or traffic or phone calls, just quiet. I found this old cabin listed on a short-term rental site. It was in the mountains, deep in the northern part of the state, about 6 hours from the city. The pictures showed a wooden structure with a green metal roof, surrounded by pine trees and a gravel path that disappeared into the forest. No Wi-Fi, no cable. A wood stove for heat and a gas-powered generator that you could run for short bursts if you needed lights or to charge something. The kind of place that seemed untouched, maybe even forgotten. I booked it for 2 weeks straight. I left early in the morning on a Tuesday and drove all day. The closer I got, the thinner the roads became. First it was highway, then back roads, then dirt and gravel. My GPS gave up about 30 minutes before I arrived. I had to use a printed map the host had emailed me. The road narrowed into a one-lane path with grass growing down the middle, and then finally, around a curve between two ridges, the cabin came into view. It looked even more isolated in person. The forest pressed right up against it, thick and quiet. There were no other cabins or houses nearby, no other cars, nothing but trees in every direction. The air smelled sharp and cold and clean. I parked my car beside the cabin, unloaded my bag, and walked inside. It was small, but it had everything I needed. A small bed, a table with 2 chairs, a shelf with canned food and dry goods, a sink connected to a rainwater tank, a composting toilet in a separate shed outside, and the wood stove in the corner. There was even a hand crank radio and a pile of firewood stacked neatly beside the door. That first day, I just unpacked, lit a fire, and sat there. I didn't check my phone. I didn't open my laptop. I just stared out the window at the trees. I made soup from a can and read a paperback I brought. It was the first time in months I felt like my body and my brain were slowing down. The second day, I hiked a little. There was no real trail, just narrow game paths between trees, and it was easy to get turned around. So I stayed close. I walked with my hand on tree trunks sometimes, just to make sure I was circling back. I came across a small stream, saw deer prints in the mud, heard woodpeckers hammering somewhere far off. I breathed deep, felt the cold air in my lungs, and told myself this was good. That night, I slept straight through without waking up once. The third day is when things started to feel off. I had been sitting on the front steps, drinking coffee from a metal mug, when I heard the sound of an engine. It was faint at first, so faint I thought it might be wind. But it got louder, a low chugging growl. Then I saw it. A white pickup truck moving slowly down the gravel path. It was beat up and rusty, with no license plate on the front and one of the headlights busted. The truck didn't look like it had been washed in years. It crept along the path until it reached the clearing in front of the cabin, and then it stopped. Not close to the cabin, about 20 yards away. The driver didn't get out. I stood up and just watched. My first thought was maybe it was someone checking the land, or maybe a neighbor who saw a strange car and wanted to see who was staying there. But the truck didn't move. The engine was still on, rumbling low, and I couldn't see the driver clearly. The glare on the windshield was too strong from where I stood. I stayed where I was, trying not to let my face show anything. After maybe a full minute of sitting there, the truck reversed slowly, turned around on the gravel, and drove away without a word. It didn't speed off, just crept back into the woods and vanished around the curve. I stood there for a while longer, then went inside and locked the door. I told myself it wasn't that strange. Maybe someone got lost. Maybe someone who lived nearby and didn't expect a rental to be occupied. Still, I didn't like the way the truck had just stopped and sat there. I tried to shake it off, but that night I barely slept. I kept hearing twigs snapping outside. The fire would crackle and pop and make me jump. Every now and then I'd get up and peek through the curtains, but there was nothing, just shadows and trees. The next morning, I checked the area around the cabin. I looked for tire tracks, boot prints, anything, but the ground was dry and the gravel didn't show much. I didn't see any clear signs of someone walking around, but I noticed the firewood pile looked different. There was a piece missing. Couldn't be sure. Maybe I had taken more than I thought. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some more wood, cleaned the inside, read some more, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows. Every sound made me turn my head. I started to feel like I was being watched, like someone was standing just beyond the tree line. Around dusk, I went outside to get more wood. That's when I saw it. A cigarette butt, still fresh, not mine. I don't smoke. It was sitting on the edge of a stump, about 15 feet from the cabin. I stared at it for a long time. That was no accident. Someone had been here. Someone had stood right there and smoked and left that behind. They weren't trying to hide it. That night, I didn't light a fire. I sat in the dark with the curtains closed. I kept the generator off and used a flashlight only once or twice. I wanted it to look like nobody was home. Every so often, I thought I heard something outside, movement, maybe breathing. But when I looked out the window, I saw nothing. Still, I stayed awake until dawn. On the 5th day, I decided I needed to leave. I told myself I was overreacting, but deep down I knew I wasn't. Something was wrong here. It wasn't just my imagination. Someone had come to the cabin more than once. They weren't just passing by. They were watching. I packed up what I could. My car started fine. I backed up, turned around, and drove down the gravel road, heart pounding. I told myself if I made it to the main road, I wouldn't stop driving. I'd go home and forget the whole thing. But 10 minutes down the road, I saw something that made me hit the brakes. That same white truck, parked off to the side, half hidden behind some trees. The driver wasn't in it. I didn't get out. I didn't even stop fully. I just slowed enough to see that it was definitely the same truck. Same busted headlight, same rust, same missing plate. My mouth went dry. I pressed the gas and drove faster. I checked my mirrors every few seconds. I didn't see the truck behind me, but I didn't feel safe either. I drove until I reached a gas station nearly an hour away. I parked right in front of the store, got out, and went inside. I used the bathroom. I got food. I told the clerk I had been staying in the woods and saw a strange truck. Asked if he knew anyone in the area with one like it. He shook his head, said nobody lived out that way anymore, that it was mostly government-owned land now, old logging areas and Forest Service roads. I didn't say anything else, just got in my car and kept driving. I got home late that night, pulled into the garage, and locked everything. For the next few days, I kept expecting to see that truck again. on the street, in my mirrors outside my apartment. But I didn't. I changed all my passwords. I didn't go out unless I had to. I didn't sleep well. 2 weeks later, I got a message from the rental site. The host said a neighbor had reported unusual activity at the cabin and asked if I had left anything behind. I said no. A month after that, I got a call from a sheriff's office in that county. They asked me about my stay, asked if I saw anything suspicious. I said I might have seen a truck once. They asked for more details. I told them what I remembered. I asked why they were calling. They said a hunter had found something in the woods, a mile from the cabin. A shallow hole, some clothing, pair of boots, a backpack, no body, just the stuff, left like someone meant to come back for it. I asked if the truck had anything to do with it. They said they didn't know. They said they hadn't found the owner. I never went back to the cabin. I never found out who the man in the white truck was. But sometimes, when I drive at night and see headlights in my mirror, my stomach knots up. I look for rust, for busted lights, for a missing plate. I haven't seen him again, but I keep watching, just in case. I was 32 when I decided to finally take a break from everything. I had been working long hours for almost 7 years straight, managing construction projects for a local firm. There wasn't really much excitement in my life besides work, and it had started to eat at me. Every day felt the same. Wake up, work, get home, eat something frozen or ordered in, sleep too late, wake up again with my phone buzzing from emails. I wasn't married. I didn't really have a circle of friends anymore, and I didn't talk to my family much except for the occasional texts here and there. I was burnt out. One Friday in October, I told my boss I needed a week off. No delays on the current site, everything was ahead of schedule, and I had more than enough paid time saved. He didn't argue. I didn't tell anyone else. I wanted real silence. No calls, no texts, no people. That's when I remembered a small listing I'd saved months ago on a cabin rental site. It wasn't part of a big resort or even a public area. It was listed by some private owner, and it didn't show up unless you searched very specific tags like off-grid, deep woods, or no cell service. The pictures showed a small wooden cabin deep in a forest, with tall pine trees surrounding it and nothing else for miles. It looked peaceful. There was a wood-burning stove, a cot with a thick mattress, a wooden table and 2 chairs, and a small counter area with some basic camping gear. No electricity, no internet, and no plumbing besides a hand pump out front and an outhouse around the side. It was exactly what I needed. Something quiet, something simple. I booked the place for 7 nights and paid up front. The host only sent instructions after payment. It was way up in the northern part of the state, just beyond a town called Shelby Pines. You had to take a gravel road out of town for 12 miles, then follow an old logging trail, which the owner described as bumpy but manageable in a truck or SUV. My SUV wasn't anything fancy, but it had 4-wheel drive. I packed food, water, a few spare clothes, a hunting knife I kept in my tool bag, and a decent flashlight. There was no reason to bring much else. I drove out early Saturday morning and made it to Shelby Pines around noon. From there, it took another hour of slow driving to reach the trail. The road got rough and my tires kicked up a lot of dust. But eventually the trees thickened and I knew I was in deep country. I saw no signs, no other cabins, no parked cars, not even any fences. Just trees and silence. The cabin was exactly as described. It was a little run down in places but solid. A single door, 2 windows on the front side, a little woodpile stacked on the far end. There was a large clearing around it, and beyond that, dense forest in every direction. No sounds of cars, no airplanes, no people. Felt like the world had just stopped. That first day, I didn't do much. I unpacked, opened the windows to air it out, and walked the perimeter. Everything seemed fine. The pump worked, the outhouse wasn't too bad, and there were no signs of animals getting into the cabin. I made a small meal from some canned food I'd brought, read a few chapters of a paperback, and went to sleep early. It was cold that night, colder than I expected. I had to light a small fire in the stove and crawl deep into my sleeping bag. But I liked the silence. It was the kind of quiet that makes you realize just how loud the world usually is. The second day was more of the same. I walked a little further into the woods, but never too far. I had no GPS, and I didn't want to risk getting turned around. I gathered some fallen branches for firewood, sat on the porch for a while, and just tried to breathe. The forest felt alive, but not in a threatening way, just a very present. Squirrels darted around in the underbrush, and I saw a few deer tracks near the trail, but nothing unusual. That night, though, something started to bother me. I woke up just before midnight to a sharp cracking sound outside. It wasn't the wind or a branch falling. It was something heavier, like something stepping on dead wood. I stayed still and listened. Nothing for a few seconds. Then another step. Then another. Then silence again. I sat up slowly, heart beating faster. I didn't turn on my flashlight. I didn't want to give away my position inside. The sound came again, closer this time. Just one crunch. Then nothing. I waited. 10 minutes. Maybe more. Then a softer noise. Not walking, but something brushing up against the side of the cabin. Just once. Then total silence. I didn't sleep again that night. I stayed in my sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling, listening. But there was nothing else. When morning came, I went outside and looked around the cabin. I checked the side where I thought the sound had come from. There was nothing unusual. No tracks, no marks, no broken branches. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a deer that wandered close. It had to be. I made some instant coffee and tried to shake the feeling off, but it stuck with me all day. The third day, I kept glancing at the tree more than usual. I walked less. I sat less. I spent more time indoors reading, trying not to think about the night before. That night, I locked the door and shut the windows tight. I didn't light the stove because I didn't want the glow to show through the cracks. I got into my sleeping bag again and laid still. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard it again. A crack, then 2 steps. Closer, then another. It stopped right outside. I held my breath. My mouth was dry. There was no knocking, no noise from the door. But then, a soft tapping on the window. Not knocking, just tapping. 1 tap, then a pause, then 2 more. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then nothing. I must have laid there for hours before the sun started to rise. When I finally built up the courage to move, I grabbed my flashlight and knife and stepped outside. I walked around the whole cabin, searching for any sign. But again, there was nothing. No footprints, no marks. The ground was hard and dry. Maybe something had been there, maybe not. Couldn't tell. But something had tapped on the glass. I felt like I was being watched now, even in daylight. On the 4th day, I thought about leaving. But I didn't. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe my brain was making too much out of sounds in the woods. I'd read stories of that happening to people. They get too far from other people, and their minds start creating shapes in the trees, footsteps in the silence. I tried to ignore it. I made myself go for another walk. I followed the trail back the way I came in, just a short ways. Maybe 100 yards. The whole time, I felt like someone was behind me. I'd stop, turn around. Nothing. Just wind in the branches. I got back to the cabin before dark and locked up again. That night, the sounds came back. But this time, it wasn't just outside. I heard something brush against the back wall. Then the sound of something dragging. Not heavy, but slow. Then a knock. Just one. Soft. Right on the back wall, near the stove. I didn't move. I had the knife in my hand. The flashlight was under my blanket. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want them or it to know I was awake. I stayed like that until sunrise again. This time, I was sure someone had been outside, and I was starting to think they weren't just passing through. They knew I was there. On the 5th morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. On the far side of the cabin, near the pump, there was a footprint. A shoe print. Human. Just one. I crouched and looked at it for a long time. It wasn't mine. I checked my shoes. Different pattern. Smaller size. I circled the cabin 3 times. I found no others. Just that one. That meant someone had stood there, alone, watching, and then left without leaving a single other track. Unless they'd covered them. That whole day I stayed inside, knife in hand. I didn't eat.
He barely drank.
I didn't read. I just waited. That night, the sounds came again. Steps, tapping. But this time, it was different. This time, they tried the door. The handle moved. Just once. A soft rattle. Then it stopped. Then footsteps, slow and steady, walking along the wall to the side window. Then nothing. I didn't sleep at all. To first light, I packed my bag. I threw everything back in as fast as I could. I didn't care about the leftover food or clothes. I just wanted to get out. I got in my SUV and started driving back toward the trail. I hadn't gone more than a few hundred yards when I saw something hanging from a tree branch across the trail. It was a strip of cloth, faded red, tied in a knot, like someone wanted me to see it. I stopped the car and stared at it. I didn't get out. I backed up, turned around, and went back to the cabin. I figured I could try the other direction. The trail looped around, I thought, or maybe I could drive straight through the woods. That's when I saw it. Another strip of red cloth, this time tied to a tree near the pump, and another on the outhouse, and another tied to the handle of the cabin door. They had been there that morning. I was burned out. For the last 2 years, I had been working a desk job that never seemed to let up. It was all screens, deadlines, noise, and meetings. My sleep had gotten worse over time, my lower back always hurt, and my eyes felt like they were being baked under fluorescent lights. The final straw was when I nearly fell asleep behind the wheel one evening driving home. I realized I had to take a break or something bad would happen. So I told my boss I needed time off, and surprisingly, he agreed right away. I booked a remote cabin in a forested part of the country I had never been to before. It was in the northern part of the state, several hours from any major town. I found it on a website that listed quiet retreats. It looked peaceful in the pictures. Thick pine trees, a dirt driveway that curved around a small hill, and a plain, single-floor wooden cabin with a porch and no neighbors in sight. That was the whole appeal. No people, no noise, no technology. I wanted silence. I wanted the kind of quiet where you could hear your own breathing. I packed my things, basic clothes, a camping stove, dry food, a knife, flashlight, power bank, sleeping bag, and a notebook. I left my laptop behind. I turned off my phone as soon as I reached the edge of town and tucked it in my backpack. I wanted nothing from the outside world. It took about 6 hours to get there. The last 30 minutes were slow because the road turned into a gravel path with potholes. My car wasn't built for that kind of terrain, so I had to go really slow. The trees got thicker and taller. I rolled down the window at one point and noticed how cold the air smelled even though it was late summer. It reminded me of places untouched by people. I reached the cabin late in the afternoon. The sun was still up, but it was beginning to fade behind the trees. The cabin was just like the pictures. Old, simple, square-shaped, with faded brown wood. There were a couple of steps that led up to the front door, which had a metal handle and a thick wooden frame. There were 2 small windows, one in the front and one on the side. I stepped out of the car and just stood there for a minute. There wasn't a sound, no cars, no dogs barking, no planes overhead, just trees, birds, and wind. I unpacked my stuff and brought it inside. The inside was clean but empty. One small room with a wooden floor, a single bed in the corner with a thin mattress, and a basic table with 2 chairs. There was a wood-burning stove in the corner and a small metal sink with a hand pump. There was no electricity, no heating except for the stove. There was a small bathroom attached to the back of the cabin with an old toilet and a bucket shower setup. I didn't mind any of that. It was what I wanted. That first night was peaceful. I boiled some water on my camping stove, ate some dry noodles, then sat on the porch for a long time just listening. I wrote a little in my notebook, nothing much, just thoughts. Around 9 or so, I went to bed. I was tired from the drive, and there was nothing else to do. I didn't sleep that well. I wasn't used to that kind of silence. Every small creak or noise made me sit up and listen. At one point, I swore I heard something shuffle outside, like dry leaves being pushed around. I told myself it was an animal, probably a squirrel or maybe a raccoon. I pulled the sleeping bag tighter and eventually fell back asleep. The next day, I woke up early, around 6. The light was soft through the trees. I pumped some water, splashed my face, and walked around the area. There wasn't much, just trees and more trees. I followed a faint trail downhill and found a dried creek bed with smooth stones. I sat there for a while, thinking about nothing. That day passed slowly, and I liked that. I cooked, wrote, stared out the window, and did nothing. I started to feel myself relax a bit. My shoulders didn't feel as tense, and my thoughts weren't racing like they usually did. But that night, I woke up again. This time, I was sure I heard something. It wasn't just rustling. It was a thud, like someone stepping on wood. I sat up and stared at the front door. It was locked. I had slid the wooden bolt shut from inside. I waited. Nothing happened again, but I couldn't go back to sleep for hours. On the third day, things started to feel off. I woke up and stepped outside like usual, but I noticed something strange right away. A boot print, not mine. It was clear in the dirt just a few feet from the steps. It wasn't old. The edges were sharp. It looked fresh. I checked my own shoes and compared the print. It wasn't from me. It was larger and wider. I looked around the trees but saw nothing. I told myself maybe it was from before I arrived, but that didn't make sense. It had rained a little the night I arrived. This was newer than that. I started to feel a little tight in my chest but shook it off. I spent most of that day near the cabin. I didn't go down the trail. I didn't feel like walking. I kept looking over my shoulder, checking the tree line. Nothing seemed wrong, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been nearby. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the flashlight close and just laid there, staring at the ceiling. Around 1 a.m., I heard the sound again. It wasn't a thud this time. It was more like a low scrape, something against wood. My skin went cold. I got up slowly and walked to the window. I didn't open it, just peeked through the side. I didn't see anything at first, just trees and shadows. But then I noticed something about 10 feet away from the porch. A shape, a tall, narrow shape. It was standing completely still, not moving, not shifting weight, just still. I didn't breathe. I didn't even blink. I stood there frozen for a full minute. Then I backed away slowly and sat down on the bed. I didn't hear anything after that. I stayed up all night. When light came through the window in the morning, I rushed outside. There was nothing there. No shape, no boot prints, nothing. I walked around the whole area. I looked for broken branches or disturbed dirt. I found nothing. It didn't make sense. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't my imagination. I thought about leaving that day, packing up and going back home. But I told myself I was being paranoid. I tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks after too much stress and isolation. So I stayed. That evening, I made sure the doors were locked tight. I placed a pot and a metal cup on top of the steps outside so I would hear if anyone came up. I didn't sleep. I sat with the flashlight on all night. Nothing happened. The next day, I found something behind the cabin. It was a plastic bottle. A crushed water bottle half hidden under a bush. It wasn't mine. I hadn't walked behind the cabin. The label was faded but still readable. A brand I didn't bring. That's when it hit me. Someone had been around. Maybe still was. Watching. I packed my bag. I threw everything together quickly and carried it out to the car. I wanted to be gone before sunset, but when I tried to start the car, it didn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was dead. I hadn't used the car for days. I didn't even leave a light on. There was no reason for the battery to die, unless someone had done it. I opened the hood and checked the battery. The cables were there, but loose. Too loose to be normal. Someone had tampered with it. That's when full panic hit me. My heart was racing. I wasn't just being watched. Someone had messed with my car. I grabbed the knife from my bag and kept it in my pocket. I stayed in the cabin with the doors locked, sitting in a corner where I could see both windows. I stayed like that for hours, not eating, not drinking, just waiting for something to happen. When night came, the woods outside turned black. I had my flashlight and my knife. That was it. Around midnight, I heard footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps outside the front wall, crunching dirt, then silence, then the sound of the metal cup tipping over. Someone was right outside the door. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stared at the door for what felt like forever. Then I heard a slow scraping sound. Metal on wood. I realized they were dragging something along the outside wall. I didn't sleep the whole night. I just sat there, gripping the knife. I was sure at any second the door would break open, but it never did. When morning came, I rushed outside. There was no one there, but the side of the cabin had marks, long scrapes, parallel lines made by something sharp. They weren't there before. I didn't wait. I took the knife, walked to the car, and tightened the battery cables with my hands. I tried the engine. It started. I didn't even load everything. I left behind the stove, the food, everything. I drove back down the gravel road without looking back. I didn't stop until I was 2 towns away. Later, I called the cabin owner from a gas station payphone. I told him there was someone lurking near the cabin. He didn't sound surprised. All he said was that sometimes people wandered through the woods and that maybe I imagined it. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. Someone was out there. Someone had been watching me from the trees. Every night. Quiet. Patient. They didn't try to hurt me right away. I had been feeling burnt out for months. Work was nonstop. My sleep was bad. My head was always full of noise. I didn't even remember the last time I had a day without some sort of screen in front of me. Emails, texts, calls, video meetings, all stacked one on top of the other. So, when I came across a listing for a secluded cabin deep in the woods, no internet, no cell service, just trees and quiet, something in me said I needed that. It was an old, weathered wooden structure with a small porch and a stone chimney, somewhere in the upper region of Montana near the edge of a national forest. The photos were a bit grainy, but the idea of being alone there sounded perfect. I booked it for a full week in late September. I wanted the cold. I wanted the stillness. I didn't tell anyone where exactly I was going, just left a vague message with a coworker that I'd be unreachable for a while. I drove up alone with a trunk full of canned food, water, a backup battery pack, a hunting knife, a few books, and a journal. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the dirt road. The cabin was smaller than I expected. One room with a bed, a small table and chair, a stone fireplace, a few shelves with some dusty pots and pans. The front porch creaked under my boots. Everything smelled of pine and dust. There were cobwebs in the corners, but the place felt solid, real, remote, and best of all, quiet. I brought in my supplies, stored the food, lit a small fire, and sat outside as the air started getting cold. The wind moved slow through the trees, and far off, I could hear the soft clatter of water moving through a stream or river. Other than that, nothing. No engines, no talking, no clicking, just air and my breath. I spent the first 2 days doing very little. I slept a lot. I walked around the area, maybe half a mile in every direction. I didn't go too far, didn't want to get turned around. I collected some firewood, scribbled thoughts in my notebook, read 2 chapters of an old mystery novel I'd brought. I even just sat on the porch for long stretches, staring into the trees. The silence began to feel thicker, almost like it had weight. But on the 3rd morning, I woke up early to pee and noticed something out of place. About 20 feet behind the cabin, just a little downhill, I saw an area of soil that looked recently disturbed. It was darker than the ground around it. The grass had been dug up or pushed aside, and the dirt looked loose. There were no tools or signs of wildlife that I could see, just this oval patch, maybe 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. At first, I thought maybe an animal had been digging, maybe a bear or something, but the shape was too clean. The outline was neat, like someone had actually dug there, then refilled it. I stood there staring at it for a while. My hands felt colder than usual, like the chill had gone deeper than the surface. It took me a few minutes to decide what to do, but eventually I grabbed the short-handled shovel I kept in the back of the Jeep. I didn't know what I expected to find. Maybe nothing. Maybe just packed leaves or trash buried by someone else. But it felt too strange to ignore. The ground was softer than I expected. The shovel went in easy. The soil had definitely been turned recently, maybe within a week. As I dug, I noticed layers: dark soil, then lighter dry dirt, then a mix of broken roots and pine needles. And then I hit something. A thud. Solid. Not rock. Not wood either. Something that gave a little but didn't break. I bent down and started digging with my hands. My fingers scraped away clumps of dirt until I saw what looked like black plastic. I pulled on it gently. It was a bag, a heavy-duty trash bag tied at the top. It was wet on one side, caked in soil and sagging in the middle. Something was inside it. I didn't want to open it, but I also couldn't leave it there. The bag was about the size of a suitcase. My heart was beating faster now. I looked around the woods even though I knew no one was there. That silence was still there, thick and heavy, like it was watching me. I pulled the bag out and dragged it up to the cabin. I set it down on the porch and stared at it for a long time. Then I went inside, grabbed my knife, and cut it open. The first thing I saw was clothing. A rolled-up denim jacket, damp and moldy. Under that, what looked like more fabric, a plastic food wrapper, and then something that made my stomach turn, a boot with part of a leg still inside it. I dropped the knife and backed away fast. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I wanted it to be fake. I wanted it to be an animal. But it wasn't. It was human. A human leg, curled and pale, with the skin discolored and bloated. I felt like I was outside my own body. I sat down hard on the steps, staring at the trees, trying to think. What was I supposed to do? I had no cell service, no radio. The nearest town was maybe 30 miles away. I had to drive. I had to get out. But then I thought, what if someone was watching? Whoever buried that bag might still be around. What if they saw me dig it up? I repacked the bag as best as I could. I didn't want to leave it exposed. I didn't want some animal getting into it overnight. I shoved it under the cabin steps and covered it with a tarp I found in the storage bin. My mind felt like it was running in circles. I kept replaying the image of that leg over and over. Every sound in the woods felt louder now. Every snap of a twig made me jerk my head. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the fire low and sat in the corner with my back against the wall. I had my knife in my hand and a flashlight in the other. I thought about driving back in the morning, just packing everything up and going. But even that didn't feel safe. What if someone followed me? What if they thought I was involved? By the fourth morning, I made a decision. I had to document it. I had a cheap digital camera in my backpack and used it to take photos of everything: the site, the shovel marks, the bag, the boot, even the moldy jacket. I wrote everything down. Time, location, even a map I drew based on the road I took in. I figured if something happened to me, I wanted someone to find it all. I still didn't sleep that night either. Every little noise made my heart race. The cabin creaked a little in the cold. Once I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I opened the door with the flashlight, there was nothing. No prints, just wind moving the branches. On the fifth morning, I noticed something that chilled me more than anything else. There were boot prints near the back of the cabin. Not mine, bigger, heavier. They circled around the side of the house and disappeared into the trees. Someone had been here, sometime during the night, and they'd gotten close. I didn't waste any more time. I packed everything, threw it in the Jeep, and got out of there fast. The whole drive down the narrow road felt like I was being followed. I kept checking the rearview mirror, heart pounding. I didn't stop until I hit a main road with cell service. I pulled over at a gas station and called the sheriff. When they showed up, I gave them everything: photos, map, journal, even the camera. I told them exactly what I saw. I offered to lead them back to the spot. They told me to wait. A detective showed up the next day. I had to give a formal statement. Took hours. They were careful with their questions. They asked how I found the site, what made me dig, why I didn't report it immediately. I told the truth, every detail. They believed me, or at least they said they did. That was 8 months ago. They found more than just a leg. They found most of a body. Male, mid-30s, no ID, no missing person report matching him. Just a few scars, a watch, some dental fillings. Forensics said he'd been dead for about 3 weeks. Cause of death was blunt trauma to the head. Murder. No suspects. No clues. They questioned the owner of the cabin, but the man had an alibi. Said he hadn't been there in years. Said the property was just listed through a service. The sheriff's office asked me not to talk to the press. They told me they'd keep me informed. They haven't called me once since the interview. I moved since then, switched jobs, changed my number. I still think about that leg, that bag, the boot prints outside the window. Some nights, I wake up and swear I hear footsteps again. I double-check the locks. I moved to a building with a doorman and cameras. I don't go hiking anymore. I don't travel alone. And the worst part? Sometimes I wonder if I was meant to find it. Like someone wanted me to dig there. Like they knew I'd see that patch of soil and feel curious. And sometimes I wonder, did I stop them? Or did I just watch the edge of something bigger and darker than I'll ever understand? I don't want answers anymore. I just want to forget. But I can't. And I know, deep down, that whoever buried that body in the woods might remember me. They might be watching. Still. I still remember everything about that week, every hour of it. It was one of those decisions you make thinking you're doing yourself a favor, like taking a break from all the noise of daily life. I thought being alone in the woods would reset my head. I thought it would help me breathe better, think more clearly. Instead, it taught me something else entirely. How fast things can go wrong when you're isolated, and how much of a stranger you can be to your own thoughts when there's no one around to interrupt them. The cabin was about 3 hours from the city. I had found it online, just some old wooden place tucked away on private land near the edge of a national forest. The pictures made it look peaceful, quiet trees, a wooden deck, a little dock on a still lake. You could even see the stars at night without the orange haze of the city sky. I booked it for 10 days. I packed my bags with enough clothes for 2 weeks, brought food, supplies, a first aid kit, a toolbox, even spare batteries and a solar charger for my phone. Not that I planned on using it much. I got there just before dark on the first day. The road leading up to the place was narrow and bumpy, mostly dirt and gravel, with trees leaning close from both sides. I had to drive slow. My car, a beat-up silver Corolla, wasn't built for off-roading, and I could feel every dip and rut in the road like it was punching straight into the shocks. When the trees finally opened up a bit and I saw the cabin, I felt a wave of relief. It looked exactly like the photos. Weathered wood, 1 floor, a small porch out front, a little chimney. The lake was just a short walk down a slope behind the cabin, surrounded by thick pine trees. The air was cold and fresh. It smelled like wet dirt and bark and wind. Inside the cabin was simple. Just a main room with a fireplace, a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a bedroom with a small bed pushed against the wall under a window. There were shelves with old paperbacks and maps rolled up in rubber bands. A box of matches sat on the fireplace mantel. Everything was clean but clearly old, like nobody had been there in a long time. I unpacked, heated up a can of chili on the gas stove, and ate with my coat still on, because the place was freezing until the fireplace got going. That first night, I slept hard. No sirens, no honking, no people walking by the apartment above me. Just stillness. The first few days passed slow, but in a good way. I walked around the woods, made coffee in the mornings, and sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket. I fished a little off the dock, caught nothing but didn't care. I kept a journal, mostly little notes about the weather and what I saw: deer tracks, a hawk, weird fungus growing under a log. I cut up some firewood with the axe I found behind the cabin. By the 4th day, I had a rhythm going. I didn't feel bored, not yet, but something had shifted even then. I think it started with the noise. It was around the 5th day when I noticed how loud the quiet was. That probably doesn't make sense unless you've been alone in the woods long enough. At first, the silence feels peaceful, but after a while, your ears start to get too hungry. You hear everything. A creak in the cabin would sound like a scream. A branch falling in the woods makes you jump like it's a gunshot. Your own breathing sounds louder than it should. I found myself sitting up at night just listening. Wind brushing the trees, the groaning of the wooden walls, water tapping slowly against the dock. One night, I heard what sounded like footsteps out by the woods, crunching leaves and twigs. But when I looked out the window, I saw nothing, probably a raccoon or deer. Still, I started locking the door every night and kept the axe beside the bed. On the 7th day, I woke up feeling uneasy. No specific reason. It was just a heaviness, like something was about to go wrong. It was raining, hard, the kind of rain that drums on the roof and turns dirt paths into thick mud. I stayed inside that whole day, read a couple chapters of a book I found, some old thriller about a guy lost in the mountains, cooked instant noodles, tried to play solitaire on the kitchen table but couldn't focus. I kept glancing at the window. The rain hadn't let up once. By nightfall, the wind had picked up. I built a big fire in the fireplace and tried to drown out the sound of the storm with music from my phone. It helped for a bit, but the battery ran down quick, and the solar charger hadn't worked well without any sun. I shut everything down and went to bed early, just to make the night pass faster. Sometime deep in the night, I woke up to a bang. It was sharp and sudden, like something hitting the side of the cabin. I shot upright in bed. My heart was pounding. I sat still for a minute, just breathing. Another bang, this time from the other side. Not like thunder. This was something hitting the wood. I got out of bed slowly, picked up the axe, and walked to the window. The rain had stopped, but the ground was soaked. Couldn't see much, just trees and the reflection of my own face in the glass. I waited. Nothing else happened. I stood there until my knees felt weak. I finally went back to bed, kept the axe beside me. I didn't sleep well after that. The next morning, I went outside to look for signs of what made the noise. I saw 2 muddy dents near the left side of the cabin wall. They looked like boot prints, big ones. I told myself they could have been from me earlier in the week, even though I knew they weren't. These were deeper, newer. I checked around the back and sides of the cabin, found nothing else. I was more alert after that. I kept checking the windows every half hour. I carried the axe with me even when I went to pee. I stopped writing in the journal because my hands wouldn't stop shaking long enough to hold a pen steady. On the 9th day, I heard it again, more footsteps outside, but this time in broad daylight. They were slow, heavy steps, like someone walking through the wet leaves, not even trying to be quiet. I peeked out through the bedroom window and scanned the trees. Nothing, just a line of shadows and bark and wet dirt. But I knew I'd heard it. I stayed locked inside that whole day. Didn't eat much, didn't drink much. I just sat in the middle of the cabin on a wooden chair with the axe across my lap. Every sound outside made my shoulders tense up. The worst part was the not knowing. Was someone watching me? Had they been for days? Were they coming back? Or had I imagined all of it? That night was the longest night of my life. I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair until my back felt broken. At some point, maybe around 3 or 4 in the morning, I heard the front doorknob move. Just a soft rattle, like someone was trying it slowly. It was locked. I had double-checked it earlier. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The rattle stopped after maybe 10 seconds. Then came a single knock. Just one. Soft, careful, like they were testing something. Then silence. I sat in that chair until daylight came. Never moved. When the sun finally lit up the trees, I opened the door with the axe in my hand and looked around. No one, just the trees, still dripping from the storm 2 nights before. I walked around the cabin, checked the windows, the walls. Nothing. No prints this time, no dents, no marks. But when I looked down at the step outside the door, I saw something small and strange sitting on the wood. It was a plastic button, just a plain black button, like from a jacket or a coat. Wet from the dew. It hadn't been there the day before. I threw it as far as I could into the woods. That was the day I decided to leave. I packed everything up in under an hour. Left most of the food. Didn't care. I threw my stuff in the car, slammed the trunk shut, and got in. The gravel road felt even narrower than before. I kept checking the rearview mirror every few seconds. My hands were slippery with sweat even though the air was cold. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. Not once. When I finally got back to my apartment that night, I didn't unpack. I sat on the floor with the lights on and didn't move for hours. The next morning, I found muddy prints in the corner of the trunk. Not mine. They were bigger. Maybe I should have called someone. The police. A ranger. But I didn't. I didn't want to go back. I didn't want to explain how stupid I'd been to stay there after the first sign of something wrong. That was 3 months ago. Since then, I haven't been able to sleep right. I wake up every night at the same time, around 3:40 a.m. I always check the doorknob. I keep the axe beside the bed. I never heard anyone talk. Never saw a face. But I know someone was there. I know they watched me. Maybe for days. Maybe the whole time. And I think the only reason I'm still alive is because I left when I did. If I had stayed one more night, I'm sure I wouldn't be writing this. And whatever was going to happen next, I don't think it would have been quiet. I was never the kind of person who traveled much. Most of my life was the same every day. Wake up, check my phone, eat something quick, do a bit of work from home, scroll through social media, go for a short walk, maybe play some games and then go to bed. Nothing really exciting ever happened, but I liked it that way. Felt safe. Then one day, I got tired of everything. I don't really know why. I just woke up and felt fed up. I'd been dealing with a few things. Family stuff, stress, a bad breakup a few months before, and I needed a break. I told myself that a few days alone, out in nature, would help clear my head. No internet, no people, no noise. Just me and silence. I searched for a place that wasn't too far from the city but also didn't have a lot of people around. I found a small cabin listed online. It looked simple, a bit old, surrounded by trees, and the ad said it had no Wi-Fi and very limited cell signal. It was a 4-hour drive from where I lived. The price was low, maybe because of how isolated it was. That was actually what made me want to book it. I wanted to feel like I disappeared for a while. I booked it for 7 days. When the day came, I packed my car with the usual things. Some clothes, a few books, dried food, water, a small toolkit, a flashlight, batteries, my phone, and a solar charger. I didn't plan to do anything exciting. Just sit, maybe write in a journal, cook simple meals, go for walks around the area, and hopefully return with a better state of mind. The drive was long, mostly through empty highways, then narrow roads, and finally a dirt path that was barely wide enough for my car. Trees surrounded everything. No signs, no houses, no people. Just trees and dirt. I started to feel that weird feeling in my chest. The one that says, maybe this is too far from everything. But I kept going. Eventually, I saw the cabin. It looked exactly like the pictures. Small, made of wood, maybe 1 story, but a bit tall. There was a small porch with a chair, a locked shed on the side, and a lot of silence. No birds, no wind, just quiet. I parked the car, grabbed my stuff, and went to unlock the door. The key had been mailed to me by the owner a few days before. Inside, the cabin smelled like dust and wood. The floor creaked with every step. It had a small kitchen, a table with 2 chairs, a bed in the corner, and a narrow door to what looked like a bathroom. The windows were small and didn't open easily. There was a wood stove in the corner for heat and an old radio that probably hadn't worked in years. I checked the bathroom. It had a working toilet and a small sink with cold running water. No shower, but I didn't care. I could live without one for a few days. I walked around the place slowly, taking everything in. That's when I noticed something odd. In the middle of the wooden floor, half covered by a rug, was a metal handle. I pulled the rug aside. It was a trapdoor, a square cut in the wood with a metal ring handle. It was locked with a rusty old padlock. I didn't think much of it at the time. Some cabins have cellars for storing wood or tools. Maybe it was just old and hadn't been used in years. I didn't really plan to mess with it. I was here to relax, not explore. The first day was quiet. I made some rice and canned beans for dinner, sat outside on the porch until it got dark, and then read a bit before going to bed. The night was cold, and the cabin made strange sounds, with snapping, creaks, thumps that I figured were from the house settling. That's what old places do. But sometime during the night, I woke up. I didn't know what time it was, but it was dark. The kind of deep black that makes you feel like you're underwater. I thought I'd heard something, Not from outside, from inside. I lay there listening. I could hear the wind outside, then the creak of a board somewhere below me. Then I heard it again, a soft, slow dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across a rough surface. It stopped. I held my breath and listened harder. Nothing. I told myself it was just my imagination. Maybe a mouse under the floor. Maybe the wind made something shift in the walls. I forced myself to go back to sleep. The next day, I went for a short walk through the trees. There was no trail, so I didn't go far, just enough to stretch my legs. I didn't see anything strange, no animals, no footprints, just leaves, rocks, and silence. I came back, ate, and sat on the porch again. That night, I locked the door from the inside and made sure all the windows were shut. I tried to sleep, but the sound started again. This time, I was sure they came from beneath the floor, not in the walls, not outside, directly under me. Slow sounds like shuffling feet or something scraping against wood. I stayed still for a long time, not moving, not blinking. At one point, I got up and went to check the trapdoor. The padlock was still there, but I swear I thought I saw the metal ring twitch. Just a little. I backed away from it and stayed in bed the rest of the night, heart pounding. By the third day, I couldn't shake the feeling. I spent most of the morning staring at the trapdoor. It didn't make sense. Why was it locked? What was under it? Why were there sounds every night? That afternoon, I decided to look around the outside of the cabin. Maybe there was a way to see under it. I walked around the base, checked the foundation. There were a few small crawl spaces, but they were filled with spider webs and leaves. No door, no hatch, no sign of anything that could make those sounds. When I came back inside, I knelt next to the trapdoor again. I pulled on the padlock gently. It didn't budge. I used a small screwdriver I had, trying to pry it open, but it was rusted shut. That night, I pushed the bed farther from the trapdoor, just in case. Felt stupid, but I did it anyway. Then came the fourth night. Started the same way, soft sounds below. But this time they were louder, more steady, like someone was pacing under the floor, back and forth. Slow, heavy steps, then a pause. Then the sound of something tapping, like fingers or nails, tapping in a pattern. Tap, 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 over and over. I sat up in bed, heart beating in my ears. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the trapdoor. It was still shut, but the tapping kept going. Tap, 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 then silence, then a deep, long thump, like something hitting the floor from beneath. Then nothing, total silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back against the far wall, flashlight in hand, eyes on the trapdoor. I stayed that way until morning. The next day, I packed my bag. I wanted to leave. I didn't care about the money I paid. I didn't care about my plan to disconnect. I was done. But when I turned on my phone, I had no signal. I walked up the dirt path, but even an hour away from the cabin, there was no reception. I couldn't call anyone. I came back, angry and scared. I was stuck for now, but I decided something. I had to see what was under the trapdoor. I needed to know what was making those sounds. I wasn't going to sleep another night not knowing. I spent most of the day trying to break the padlock. I hit it with a rock, used the screwdriver again, even tried heating it with the stove tools to weaken it. After hours of trying, it finally snapped. The metal broke in half and I slowly pulled the lock out. I stared at the handle for a long time. My hand was shaking. I grabbed it and pulled. It was heavier than I expected. The trapdoor creaked open with a long groan. Cold air rushed up from below. It smelled like dirt, mold, and something else. Something old. There was a ladder going down into darkness. Wooden rungs, narrow space. I turned on my flashlight and slowly climbed down. The basement was smaller than I expected. The ceiling was low. The walls were stone, damp and cracked. The floor was packed dirt. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. But there were things down there. Old furniture, broken chairs, empty shelves. A table with rusted tools. A mattress in the corner. And chains. Chains bolted to the wall, thick and rusted. There were scratches on the walls near the mattress. Deep ones. like fingernails or claws had dug into the stone over and over again. I stood there, frozen. This wasn't a storage cellar. This was something else. A holding place. A cage. For someone. Then I noticed the camera. It was hidden in the corner. A small black security camera pointed at the mattress. It had a red light on. It was still working. Still recording. I looked up at the beams above me. Holes. Small ones. Like someone had drilled them into the ceiling. They looked straight into the cabin floor. That's how someone had been watching me. I scrambled back up the ladder, slammed the trapdoor shut, and pushed the table over it. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back to the wall again, staring at the door, staring at the windows. I felt watched, not by a ghost, by a person. The next morning, I didn't even try to call anyone. I grabbed my bag and started walking down the road. I didn't stop for hours. Eventually, my phone found a signal. I called the police. They came. I hadn't planned on staying at the cabin. My brother had been arrested 2 weeks before, and I only came up there because I didn't want his place sitting unattended for long. He owned this cabin way out near the edge of the forest reserve in British Columbia. You couldn't see any other homes from there, and the nearest gas station was at least 20 miles back. There was no cell service, and the satellite Wi-Fi he had was sketchy on a good day. He used to come here during hunting season or to just get off the grid for a while. When the police picked him up on charges I won't get into, I got a call from his lawyer asking if someone could secure the property. I was the only one in the family who even had a spare key. The others had all written him off years ago. I thought I'd just drive up, check the locks, clear out any perishable food from the fridge, and drive back down the same day. But I ended up staying. I brought my duffel bag with a change of clothes and some basic gear just in case. The road up to the cabin was gravel for the last 5 miles, and full of potholes. There was no shoulder, and one side of the road dropped steeply down into a ravine. As I drove, my tires kicked up dust that hung in the air behind me like smoke. When I finally pulled into the gravel driveway, I could already feel how isolated it was. The forest wrapped around the property like a wall, tall pine trees stacked shoulder to shoulder. I parked beside his old Ford truck, which still sat under a green tarp near the woodshed. The place was quiet. I didn't even hear birds. I got out and stood there a moment, just listening. Nothing, just the faint creak of the trees swaying in the wind. The sky was clear, but the sun had already started its slow drop. I figured I had a couple hours of daylight left. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. It smelled like dried wood, dust, and something else. A faint odor like old coffee and wet metal. The kind of smell you can't place but know doesn't belong. The cabin had a small living area with a wood stove, a kitchen with an old propane fridge, and one bedroom. There was a little bathroom in the back with a composting toilet and a solar-powered water pump. Everything was in order, nothing broken, no sign of anyone having been here. I walked through the cabin slowly, checking each window to make sure they were closed. The first thing I noticed was that he had covered every single window with thick canvas curtains, nailed into the frames. Not just hanging from rods, actually nailed in. I peeled one of them back and looked outside. The glass was smeared with dirt, as if someone had run muddy fingers across it. I didn't think much of it at the time. I opened the fridge and saw some old lunch meat, half a loaf of bread, and a carton of eggs. Everything was expired. I threw most of it into a garbage bag. The freezer section had a pack of venison wrapped in brown butcher paper. I left that alone. I checked the water system and solar batteries. Everything was working. I told myself I'd stay the night and leave in the morning, just for peace of mind. I brought my duffel bag in and put it on the couch. I sat down and just let myself relax for a while. But even as I tried to get comfortable, I felt this weight in the air. I know that sounds vague, but it's true. It was like walking into a house after someone's had a fight in it. Nothing's different, but everything feels wrong. After a while, I stood up and looked around more. I checked the closet in the bedroom. Inside were piles of blankets, 2 rifles, boxes of ammo, and a crate full of canned beans and soups. The sight of the rifles made me hesitate. I'd never known him to be much of a hunter. He had a license, sure, but the amount of ammo seemed excessive. There were over a dozen boxes, neatly stacked. Under the bed, I found something else. A metal lockbox. I pulled it out and saw it had a 4-digit combination lock. It was scratched all over, like someone had tried to pry it open with a tool. I shook it. Something heavy rattled inside. I put it aside for later. Outside, the wind had started picking up. I could hear it whistle through the trees. I walked back into the living room and saw that I'd forgotten to close the front door. It was cracked open about an inch. I could have sworn I'd latched it. Maybe the wind had caught it. I pulled it shut and locked it. I spent the rest of the afternoon doing small things. Collecting the garbage, wiping the counters, even sweeping. I don't know why. I think I just needed to feel like I had some control over the space. Around 6, I made a sandwich from the food I brought with me and ate it standing by the window. I thought again about leaving, but I didn't. I lit the kerosene lamp and settled in for the night. That was when the real trouble started. Around 9, I heard a knock. Not at the door, at the wall. 3 dull thuds, like something heavy had tapped the outside of the cabin. I froze. I turned the lamp down low and listened. Nothing, just the wind. I waited a minute and then stepped toward the door. I opened it slowly and looked out. No one there. I stepped onto the porch and looked around. The yard was empty. The trees moved gently in the wind. I stayed out there for a bit, listening. Then I heard it again, this time from the back of the cabin. The same 3 knocks. I walked around slowly, keeping my back to the wall and my ears open. But when I got to the back, there was nothing. No movement, no sound. I went back inside and locked the door. At that point, I figured it was probably a branch or something being blown against the siding. I sat on the couch, kept the lamp burning low, and just stared at the wall for what felt like hours. Then I noticed something strange. In the center of the floor, near the coffee table, there was a small spot of water. A little puddle no bigger than a bottle cap. It hadn't been there earlier. I wiped it with my sleeve and looked up. No leak in the ceiling. I looked under the couch. Nothing. I got on my hands and knees and felt the floorboards. Dry. I stood back up and checked the windows. All closed. Then another knock, this time softer, and not on the wall, but on the window right behind the couch. I jumped and turned. The curtain was pulled tight, nailed into place. I leaned in and listened. No sound. I didn't have the nerve to pull the curtain back. I waited, holding my breath, but it didn't happen again. I walked to the bedroom and took one of the rifles from the closet. I checked the chamber. It was loaded. I'd never fired one before. I didn't even know why I grabbed it. Just felt safer having it nearby. The rest of the night passed slowly. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard something moving outside. But when I looked, there was nothing. I watched the kerosene flame flicker in the lamp, casting long shadows on the walls. At some point near dawn, I must have dozed off sitting upright. I woke to a sound I didn't recognize at first. A soft scraping, like something sliding across the floor. I opened my eyes and saw that the puddle of water was back. This time it was bigger, maybe the size of my palm. I got up and looked around, heart pounding. Still no source. I checked the sink, dry. The toilet, fine. The floor around the windows, dry. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. The lockbox I'd left beside the bed was now on the kitchen counter. I hadn't touched it. I walked over slowly, my mouth dry. I picked it up and checked the lock. Still closed, still scratched, still locked tight. I carried it back to the bedroom and slid it under the bed again. But now I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside while I slept. I packed my things and decided to leave, but the truck wouldn't start. It cranked and whined, but wouldn't turn over. I popped the hood, checked the battery, everything looked fine. I tried again. Nothing. The sun was up now, barely above the tree line. I sat on the porch and tried to think. I still had food and water, so I wasn't desperate, but I needed to get out. That evening, I built a fire in the stove and made some instant soup. I kept the rifle nearby. I didn't hear anything that night, but the puddle showed up again in the exact same spot. The next morning, I decided to hike down the road toward the gas station. I packed water and food and started walking. But after a few hours, my legs started aching, and I realized just how far it really was. I turned around and went back. By the time I got to the cabin again, I was soaked with sweat and my shoulders ached. I went inside, dropped my bag, and collapsed onto the couch. That's when I noticed something new. The rifle I'd left beside the couch was now leaning against the kitchen counter. I hadn't touched it. There was no sign of forced entry. All the doors were still locked. I opened the front door, stepped out, and circled the cabin again. Nothing. I went back in and nailed shut the front door from the inside. I used a hammer and thick nails from the closet. Then I did the same to the bedroom window just to be sure. I didn't sleep that night, just sat in a chair with the rifle on my lap and the lamp burning. Around 3 a.m., I heard a noise that I still can't explain. A low, vibrating hum that seemed to come from beneath the floor. It lasted about 20 seconds, then stopped. When daylight came, I walked outside and looked around. That's when I saw the tracks. Deep footprints in the dirt behind the cabin. Not boots. I was burned out from work, tired of the nonstop noise, traffic, messages, alarms, calls, emails, and late-night stress. So I decided to rent a small cabin far up in the mountains. I thought getting away from everything for a week might help me reset. No city lights, no notifications, just trees, air, and time alone. I had seen a listing online. It was listed as an off-grid cabin, deep in the Colorado Rockies. No neighbors, no power lines, no Wi-Fi. The guy renting it out was some retired forest worker. He lived an hour away and just handed over the keys in person when I got close. I paid in advance, brought food, supplies, and everything I'd need for a week. It was early October. Leaves were starting to change, and the days were warm, but the nights dropped hard. The drive up was long, and the last 25 miles were on dirt roads full of potholes and loose rocks. My small 4x4 made it barely. Trees grew thicker the higher I went. I passed no houses, no signs, no other people. The sun had dropped behind the hills by the time I got to the cabin. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees and brush. A sloped tin roof with siding faded to gray, 2 tiny windows, and a door with a rusty padlock that I opened with the key the old man gave me. Inside was dark, even with my flashlight. The cabin had one main room with a cot on the side, a wood stove, a shelf of supplies, and a small table. There was no running water, just a blue plastic barrel for collecting rain. No electricity. The toilet was an outhouse about 40 feet behind the cabin. There was something calming about it at first, just the silence. Not a car, not a voice. I could hear the breeze going through the trees, birds calling in the distance, squirrels and chipmunks running across the roof. I unpacked, lit a lantern, and sat by the stove with a can of chili heated over a small propane burner. I'd brought plenty of cans, a few jugs of water, and warm clothes. I planned to read, hike a little, and sleep. The first night was peaceful. I kept the door locked, left the lantern low, and lay in bed listening to the wind. I slept heavier than I had in weeks. When I woke, the air inside was freezing. I could see my breath. I lit the stove and stood close to it as I warmed some instant coffee in a kettle. The trees outside were still. No wind, no clouds, just pure blue sky. I stepped outside and stood in the sun, letting it hit my face. I had no signal, no noise. For the first time in a long while, my head felt clear. That morning I went for a short hike up a ridge behind the cabin. No trail. I just climbed the slope, stepping over roots and rocks, trying to get a view of where I was. At the top, I could see endless forest in every direction. Not a road or roof or tower, just wilderness. Felt good, like I'd gone back in time. When I got back to the cabin later that day, something strange happened. I noticed my water jug was moved. I'd left it beside the door. Now it was maybe 10 feet away, tilted with the cap on the ground. At first I figured maybe I left it that way. Maybe I bumped it earlier, or an animal nudged it. There were no tracks, no spills, no bite marks. I shrugged it off. That night I locked the door and sat near the stove with a book. It was quiet until maybe 10 p.m. when I heard a dull thud outside. It came from the left side of the cabin. I paused and listened. It didn't come again. I got up and opened the door, shining my flashlight into the dark. Nothing, just trees, brush, still night air. I walked around the cabin but saw nothing. I went back in, shut the door, and tried to forget about it. The next morning, I found something else that made my stomach feel strange. There were small scuff marks in the dirt outside. They weren't boot prints, not animal prints either, just shallow marks, as if something had been dragged or lightly scraped in the dirt and pine needles. They curved around the side of the cabin, not deep enough to say for sure. I looked all around but didn't find anything else. I didn't go hiking that day. I stayed close. Reed cooked and sat outside. Around late afternoon, I heard something from up the hill behind the cabin. It was a sharp crack, like a branch snapping, then silence, then another, louder. I stood up, listening. The air felt heavier. Still, I looked into the woods but saw nothing. I waited a long time. Maybe a tree limb fell, or some deer were up there, but I couldn't stop feeling like something was watching me. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, listening for sounds. Once I thought I heard footsteps in the leaves outside. Slow, then nothing. I waited with my heart pounding. No more sounds came, just my mind playing tricks, I told myself. I tried to sleep again but kept glancing at the door. The next morning, things got worse. I stepped outside and found 2 deep scratches in the wood by the front door. Long, thin, almost like a knife had dug into the logs. They were fresh. I ran my finger through one. The wood flaked off easily. Something had done that recently. I checked all around the cabin. Found no prints, no signs, nothing stolen. But I felt sick. I hadn't heard anyone. I was miles from any road. I didn't eat that day. I just sat inside, watching the woods through the small window. I kept the door bolted. The axe, which had been on the porch, I brought inside. I kept it beside me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching, waiting, not an animal, not random, someone. That night I heard breathing. It was around 2 a.m. I had finally dozed off. Then I woke to a slow, rhythmic sound. Soft, shallow breathing just outside the wall. Not the wind, not an animal, just steady human breathing. I sat up in the dark, my eyes wide, heart racing. The stove had gone cold. My breath came out in clouds. I didn't move. I just listened. The breathing kept going for maybe a full minute. Then it stopped. Just silence. I waited another hour before I moved. I grabbed my flashlight and the axe and crept to the door. I didn't open it. I didn't look outside. I waited for the sun. When morning finally came, I opened the door and stepped out. There were faint tracks in the frost-covered ground. Not boots, just smudges where someone had stood, right outside the wall where I'd heard the breathing. I followed them for maybe 20 feet before they vanished into the grass and pine needles. That was the morning I packed. I didn't care how far the drive was. I didn't care about the refund. I loaded everything back into my truck and started down the trail. I didn't even stop to check if I forgot anything. I just drove, slowly, over the potholes and rocky turns. My hands shook on the wheel. I kept glancing in the mirror. I didn't stop once, not even to pee. But things weren't over yet. About 10 miles from the cabin, in a narrow section of dirt road lined with thick trees, I saw something that made me stop the truck. Plastic water jug. My water jug, the one that had gone missing 2 days before. It was sitting in the center of the road, upright, cap screwed on, clean. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't get out. I backed up, turned the truck around, and went another way. I didn't care if it took hours. I drove down old forest roads, praying I didn't get stuck. Eventually, I found a logging trail that connected to a service road and followed that until I reached a gas station. I didn't tell the clerk. I didn't call the guy who rented me the cabin. I just filled up, drove until I hit the highway and kept going. I didn't sleep until I made it to a motel that night. For weeks after, I kept thinking about it. Who was up there? What did they want? Were they watching me the whole time? What would have happened if I hadn't left? What if I opened the door that night when I heard the breathing? I still don't know. I looked up news about the area but didn't find anything. No missing persons, no crimes, just wilderness. But I'll tell you this, whoever that was, they weren't trying to hurt me. Not yet. They were watching, testing, seeing how I'd react, playing a game, marking the cabin, moving things, letting me hear them. Just enough to scare me, just enough to see if I'd stay. I think if I'd stayed just one more night, I wouldn't be here writing this. And the scariest part of all, that cabin is still listed for rent. I don't really know how to explain what happened to me without sounding paranoid, but I've thought about it for months now, and I keep coming back to the same feeling. I was in real danger, and I don't think anyone would have found me if things had gone just a little differently. What happened at that cabin was real, and I still have no idea who those people were or what they wanted from me. But I know they were watching me. I know they were planning something. It all started last fall. I had been working nonstop for almost 8 months straight, and I was exhausted. I live in the city, and between my job, noise, traffic, and constant notifications on my phone, I just needed a break. I didn't want a vacation with beaches or resorts. I didn't want people around. I wanted isolation. No noise, no internet, just trees and peace. That's all I wanted. I started looking online for remote cabin rentals. I didn't want anything fancy, just something basic, ideally without neighbors nearby. After a couple days of searching, I found a listing on a forum. Not a regular rental site, just a simple post with a few photos. It was titled asterisk, off-grid cabin for weekly rental, 3 hours from the city. Asterisk. The photos showed a small, single-story wooden cabin in a thick patch of woods. There was a fire pit outside, a small porch, and a dirt trail leading into the trees. Inside looked basic but good enough. A bed, a wood stove, a small kitchen area, and some shelves. The person who posted it said there was no cell service, no electricity, no plumbing, but there was a rainwater tank and they had solar lights. A nearby creek could be used for water too. They even mentioned there was an emergency radio and a lockbox with a gun for safety. I found that part weird, but also kind of comforting. I figured if I ran into a bear or something, it might come in handy. I reached out to the person through the email they posted. They replied quickly. All they asked for was $350 through PayPal, and they'd email me the directions and the door code. No security deposit. No forms. Honestly, it should have raised a red flag, but I didn't think much of it. I just wanted to get away. I paid the money and got an email a few hours later. The directions were long, really long. It started off on paved roads, but eventually took me down a dirt trail that went for miles through the woods. There were no road signs, no cabins nearby, no tire tracks even. Took me nearly 4 hours to reach it. By the time I pulled up in front of the cabin, I was surrounded by trees in every direction. Nothing else. Just quiet, tall trees, and the faint sound of wind through the leaves. I remember getting out of the car and just standing there for a while, listening. There were no birds, no insects buzzing. It was strangely quiet, but I liked it. I walked around the cabin to get a feel for it. Everything looked like the photos. There was a padlocked box nailed to the porch wall, the emergency kit, a metal water tank behind the cabin, a compost toilet in a small wooden shack to the side. I unlocked the front door with the code they gave me and stepped inside. The air smelled like wood and dust. It wasn't big, maybe 25 feet long and 15 feet wide. There was one main room with a bed to the right, a small table and chair to the left, and a counter with some cooking gear straight ahead. No fridge, just a small cooler. A shelf had some books, candles, and matches. Another had an old oil lantern and a few bottles of water. Everything was simple, old but functional. I set my bag down, opened the windows, and just sat on the bed for a while. That first night was uneventful. I made a small fire outside, watched the sky turn dark, then read one of the books until I got sleepy. When I turned off the solar light and lay in bed, it was almost pitch black, the kind of darkness you don't get in the city. I could hear branches creaking, wind moving through trees, and the occasional thump of something falling in the forest. Normal stuff. I fell asleep easily. The second day I went for a walk. I followed the dirt trail that I drove in on for about a mile, then cut into the woods just wandering. I saw animal tracks, maybe deer or elk, a rabbit, some droppings. The trees were thick, but I never felt lost. I always kept an eye on my direction and used a few landmarks. When I got back, I chopped some wood from the pile next to the cabin and prepared some canned food I brought. That night is when I first noticed something strange. I was lying in bed, reading, when I heard a noise outside. It was subtle, like footsteps on dry leaves. At first, I thought it was a deer or some animal, but then I realized it wasn't moving the way an animal usually does. It was slow, steady, like someone walking. I sat up and listened. The sound stopped. I didn't move for a long time. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing, maybe a raccoon or some falling branches. I lay back down and forced myself to sleep. But I remember waking up once in the middle of the night and thinking I saw a shadow move across the window. It was so fast, I wasn't sure if I imagined it or not. On the third day, I woke up feeling a little on edge. The forest felt different. Not louder, but more still, if that makes sense. Like it was waiting. I kept looking around whenever I stepped outside. That morning, I noticed something else. There were marks on the ground near the back of the cabin, like footprints, barefoot. I crouched down and looked closely. They were faint but definitely human. The ground was soft from rain the day before, so I could see the impressions clearly. They weren't mine. I had been wearing hiking boots. These were barefoot tracks, thin, narrow, and leading toward the trees. I followed them for a few feet before they disappeared into the underbrush. I couldn't tell where they went. I stood there for a while, scanning the forest. Nothing. No movement. No sounds. I walked back inside and locked the door, even though it felt silly. I didn't have phone service to call anyone, but I remembered the emergency radio in the box on the porch. I decided to check it out just in case. The box was locked with a combination pad, but the code worked. Inside was a basic radio, a flashlight, a flare gun, and an old revolver in a cloth pouch. 6 bullets in the cylinder. No extras. I took the radio and the flashlight inside. I didn't take the gun yet. I didn't want to feel like I was being paranoid. I kept telling myself there was probably a logical explanation. Maybe some hiker had passed by. Maybe I left the door unlocked and someone wandered through out of curiosity. Still, I didn't go for another walk that day. That night was worse. Around midnight, I was woken up by a thump, like something hit the wall. Then another. I sat up quickly and grabbed the flashlight. The light flickered on and lit up the room. I looked toward the window. Nothing. I stood up and moved slowly toward the door, listening. Another thump, this time near the back wall. I didn't open the door. I turned off the light and crouched by the window, peeking out through the side. Took a second, but I saw something, movement, a shadow, then another. There were people out there. I don't know how many. I saw 2 for sure. Thin, barefoot. One crouching near the edge of the woods, another standing still, just watching. I froze. My heart was pounding so loud I thought they might hear it. They weren't saying anything, just standing there, watching the cabin. I backed away from the window, crawled to the corner, and waited. Minutes passed. I kept the light off. I stayed like that for almost an hour before I dared to look again. They were gone. The next morning, I packed my bag. I wanted to leave. I didn't care if I had paid for the whole week. I didn't feel safe. I stuffed everything into the duffel and grabbed the radio, but the car wouldn't start. I don't know what happened. The engine turned, then died. Battery light came on. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood and checked everything I could. I'm not a mechanic, but I've dealt with dead batteries before. This felt different. The wires looked messed with. There were small cuts in the casing, like they had been slashed. Clean, deliberate. Someone had tampered with my car. I ran back inside and locked the door. This time I took the revolver out of the box and loaded it. I set it next to the bed and kept the flashlight nearby. That entire day I didn't go outside. I kept peeking through the windows. I thought about firing the flare, but what if they were watching and came faster because of it? I didn't know if they were still nearby. I just waited. That night, it got worse. I heard footsteps again, more this time. Maybe 4 or 5 people. They circled the cabin slowly, dragging something across the walls. Wood or metal. It made a scraping sound. At one point, something hit the window hard. A loud slap. I nearly jumped out of my skin, but the glass didn't break. I sat on the floor with the revolver in my hand, light off, sweating. At around 3 a.m., they stopped. I waited another hour before I stood up and looked outside. They had left something on the porch. I couldn't see what it was, but it looked like a small pile of something. When the sun came up, I finally dared to open the door. It was a dead rabbit, gutted. His head. I was looking to get away from everything. Life in the city had gotten too noisy, too cramped, and too fast. I needed air. I needed silence. I needed to be alone, somewhere far off, just me and the trees and the sky. I found a listing online for an old wooden cabin way up in the mountains of northern Colorado. It looked rough in the photos, simple structure, rusty metal roof, cracked paint, but it was cheap and it promised full privacy. No cell signal, no neighbors, no interruptions, just me and nature. I packed light, a few changes of clothes, tools, some canned food, water, firewood, sleeping bag, a couple flashlights, my old hunting knife, and a small gas stove. I had this dumb idea that I could reset myself by disconnecting completely. No phone, no laptop, no GPS. I even left my watch behind. It was a Wednesday when I drove out there. Middle of the week, no traffic. I passed the last gas station around noon. The road turned from pavement to gravel, then to dirt, then to basically nothing but a rough path cut through the forest. Trees got denser the higher I climbed. I didn't see a single other car once I got off the main road. The directions told me to keep driving until the road ended, then take a sharp right onto a barely visible trail. It was hard to spot. The trail was so narrow my truck's mirrors barely cleared the trees on either side. Low branches scraped the roof. The whole way I thought I had gone the wrong direction, but after about another mile of bouncing over rocks and roots, the woods opened up and there it was, the cabin. It sat in a small clearing, surrounded by tall pine trees on all sides. The sun was bright, but even so, shadows from the trees made the whole place feel darker than it should have. The cabin was smaller than I thought it would be. One room, sloped tin roof, faded green shutters hanging crooked on each side of the single front window. A small chimney. There was a woodpile on one side, half rotted. The door was warped and stuck a little when I pushed it open. Inside, the floor creaked under my boots. The air smelled stale, like wet wood and dust. There was a small fireplace, an old metal cot with a lumpy mattress, and a wooden table with 2 mismatched chairs. A few rusty pans hung on hooks. Someone had left a broom leaning in the corner. One shelf held a couple jars filled with cloudy liquid I didn't want to inspect too closely. I dumped my gear in the corner, opened the window, and aired the place out. There was no power, no plumbing, just an outhouse about 20 yards into the trees behind the cabin, which I found after poking around. The roof had holes and a squirrel shot out when I opened the door. I decided to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. I spent the rest of that first day clearing cobwebs, sweeping dust, and setting up my little stove on the table. I cracked open a can of beans, heated it, and sat outside to eat. The sun dropped fast behind the trees, and by 7 or so, the whole clearing was in shadow. The air got cold. I built a fire in the fireplace and rolled out my sleeping bag on the cot. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept waking up. The woods were silent, but that kind of silence plays tricks on you. It's never truly silent. There's always some creak of wood, or whisper of wind through the trees, or the occasional pop from the fireplace. But when everything's so quiet, even a twig snapping sounds like a gunshot. I must have drifted off eventually, because I woke up to sunlight pouring through the window. I stepped outside and took a deep breath. The air was cold, sharp, and clear. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, taking in the trees, the undergrowth, the slight slope of the land. I found an old wheelbarrow half buried in weeds, and a stack of broken boards with rusted nails sticking out. Behind the cabin, just past the outhouse, the trees opened into a sort of dip in the ground, like a shallow trench about 5 feet wide and maybe 15 feet long. It was partly filled in with leaves and dirt. One side was lined with stones. Looked like an old garden bed or something. I didn't think much of it at the time. I spent most of that day hiking around the area. I wanted to find a stream or maybe a better place to dig a latrine. I didn't wander far, but even then, I noticed how easy it was to get turned around out there. The trees all looked the same. The light barely reached the ground in some places. Everything smelled like pine needles and cold earth. By the time I made it back to the cabin, I was exhausted. That night, things got strange. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why at first. The fire had burned out. The room was cold and dark. Then I heard it, something outside. Not loud, just the soft crunch of dry leaves. Slow, like footsteps, but not regular enough to be someone walking. More like dragging. I lay perfectly still, heart pounding. I strained to listen. Then it stopped. I waited a long time, staring at the ceiling, trying not to move or even breathe too loud. I didn't sleep after that. In the morning, I checked outside. Nothing. No footprints. No broken branches. Maybe it had been a deer. I told myself that a lot over the next few days. It was just a deer, just the wind, just a raccoon. The third day, I decided to clear out the dip behind the cabin. I was curious. It didn't look like any garden bed I'd ever seen. I grabbed a shovel from the corner of the cabin and started digging. The dirt was loose, like it had been turned over before. After about a foot, I hit something hard. At first, I thought it was a rock. I cleared around it. It was flat, long, smooth edges. I kept digging. Another foot, maybe 2, and I uncovered what looked like a large wooden board, about the size of a door. I pried it up. Beneath it was a pit. The smell hit me before I even looked inside. Rot, mold, and something else. Something sour. I held my breath and looked in. It wasn't deep, maybe 3 or 4 feet. The bottom was lined with black plastic bags, torn, water damaged, and bones. I didn't understand what I was looking at first. I thought maybe it was trash, someone dumping old meat. But the bones were too clean, some of them too big. Long bones, ribs, a spine. I dropped the board and stepped back. My hands were shaking. I looked around. The woods were still. Nothing moved. I put the board back in place, pushed the dirt and leaves over it, and stumbled back to the cabin. I sat on the floor for a long time, trying to breathe. I didn't have a phone, no GPS, no radio. I couldn't just call someone. The truck was parked up the trail, about a mile away. I could drive out, but the nearest town was hours down winding roads. And even then, I didn't know if I'd find a ranger or sheriff out there. Part of me told myself to leave right then, but something stopped me. I don't know what. I told myself I'd stay one more night, pack up in the morning, and then head out. That night, the sounds came back, louder this time, closer. I didn't light a fire. I just lay there in the dark, listening. Something brushed against the wall. Something heavy thumped on the porch. A slow, scraping noise, like nails or claws dragging across the wood. I gripped my knife and waited. The door creaked, not opened, just moved, like something pushed against it, then backed away. By morning, it was quiet again. I opened the door and found muddy prints on the porch. Not shoes, not paws, bare feet, human, but misshapen, white, toes spread unnaturally apart. They led from the woods to the cabin, then disappeared back toward the trees. I stared at them until the sun was high enough to warm my back. Then I packed my things. I didn't even clean up. I just threw everything in the truck and took off. Branches scraped the sides. The truck bounced hard over rocks. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I drove until I reached pavement, then farther until I saw a ranger station. Inside, I told the man there everything. He looked calm at first, nodded, took notes. When I mentioned the pit behind the cabin, his expression changed. He didn't speak. He just stood, walked into the back room, and came out with another man, older, uniformed with a badge. They made a few calls, asked me to mark the cabin's location on a map. I did. They thanked me, told me not to return. Weeks passed. I went back to the city, back to work, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I searched news sites, checked forums. Nothing. No mention of a body. No investigation. Nothing in the papers. I called the ranger station again. The number was disconnected. Months later, I drove back up that way. I didn't go all the way in. I just reached the forest road and parked. The trail to the cabin was gone. Overgrown. Trees had fallen across it, like no one had been there in years. I stood there a long time listening. The woods were silent, too silent, and I turned around and left. Ending explanation as requested. I never went back after that final visit. The fact that I never found anything in I rented the cabin because it was supposed to be quiet. That's what I was after. I needed time alone, somewhere far from everything. The noise of work, the noise of the city, the noise in my head. I'd been trying to settle myself down after a rough stretch in life. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just that I'd be off-grid for a while. I packed up my old truck with 2 coolers full of food, a .308 rifle, a 12-gauge, boxes of ammo, a fishing rod, a few books, a sleeping bag, warm clothes, and some basic tools. I drove out of the city around 5 in the morning and didn't stop for more than gas until I hit the long gravel road that led into the woods. The cabin sat about 8 miles up from a narrow Forest Service road that split off from the main route. It wasn't in any kind of town. The closest thing to a town was 40 minutes back, and that was just a gas station and a bait shop. The cabin wasn't new, and it didn't have much. A single room with an old cast iron stove, a dusty cot, a fold-out table, and a couple chairs. There was a lean-to on the backside with a busted freezer and some rusty tools. The place was clearly used for hunting in the past, but it looked like nobody had been there in years. There was no power, no plumbing, just a rain barrel out back and an outhouse about 20 yards into the trees. The guy who owned the place told me all I had to do was leave some cash in the lockbox nailed by the door and make sure I didn't burn the place down. I liked that. Simple. I was planning on staying 8 days. The first day went by slow. That's what I wanted. I spent most of it cleaning the inside of the cabin, sweeping out old pine needles and rodent droppings, airing out the cot, and checking around the woodshed for firewood. I stacked a bunch of half-rotten logs in the stove and tested the flue to make sure it still drew smoke. I unloaded the truck, arranged my food, and then took a slow walk down to the stream that ran past the foot of the hill. It was clear and cold, not much more than ankle deep. I filled a jug, came back, and boiled water for later. That night, I sat outside in an old canvas chair until the stars came out. It was dead quiet. Not quiet like you get in your bedroom when the power's out. Real quiet. No cars, no distant dogs, no airplanes. Just wind in the trees. That was a kind of quiet that started to push on your ears after a while. It made your own breathing sound loud. I slept in my clothes on top of the cot with my rifle leaned against the wall beside me. Second day, I hiked out past the stream and scouted around the ridgeline looking for signs of deer. I saw some prints that looked fresh near a muddy patch under a cedar tree. I marked the area with a bit of orange ribbon and made a plan to come back around dawn the next day. On my way back, I noticed something that gave me pause. It was a boot print, facing uphill, sunk deep into the soft dirt near the cabin. I stared at it for a while, not sure if I'd made it myself without realizing. I knelt down, put my boot next to it, and saw they didn't match. Mine were wider and more worn at the heel. This one was narrower, and the sole had a different tread pattern. I didn't jump to any conclusions. Could have been old. Could have been a hunter from earlier in the season. But it made me more alert. That night, I kept the rifle a little closer. I lit a fire in the stove and let it burn low while I sat inside and listened. It was colder than the night before. A dry wind came through the cracks in the walls, and the trees creaked every now and then. Around midnight, I thought I heard something. Just a small sound like a foot on leaves. I sat up. I didn't move for a few minutes. The fire was almost out, and the inside of the cabin was dim. I waited, ears straining. But the sound didn't come back. On the third morning, I woke up to something strange. The cooler on the porch had been moved. I always kept it flush against the wall under the window, but now it was a few inches out of place, and the lid wasn't sealed. I opened it and found everything still inside, but some of the items had shifted. A package of bacon that I remembered laying flat was now standing on its side. Nothing was missing, but it looked disturbed. There were no claw marks or torn packaging like an animal had tried to get in. I started looking around more carefully. I walked a slow circle around the cabin and studied the ground. It had rained lightly during the night, and the soil was soft. I found another set of footprints just beyond the tree line. Not mine. I didn't feel scared at first, just cautious. I loaded the shotgun with buckshot and kept it beside me most of the day. I went back to the ridge, but I didn't hunt. I was too distracted. I walked up a little farther, maybe half a mile from the cabin, and I found something that really got under my skin. It was a small pile of animal bones, squirrel, maybe rabbit, stacked neatly under a flat rock. The meat was gone, cleaned off, but the bones weren't scattered. They were arranged. That's when I started getting a bad feeling. I stood there a long time, listening to the woods. I scanned every tree trunk, every brush pile, every shadow. I didn't see anything, but the feeling stuck to me all the way back. The air felt heavier. I started to second-guess every little sound. I thought about packing up and heading back, but I told myself I was being paranoid. That night, I set up a perimeter. I took some old metal cans I found in the shed and tied them together with fishing line. I strung them between some trees at knee height. It wasn't much, but it might make noise if something moved in close. I didn't sleep much. I sat up on the cot with a blanket around me, the shotgun across my lap, and a lantern burning low. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the cans rattle. Just once, then nothing. I went outside with the flashlight and scanned every inch of the woods around the cabin. Nothing moved, no sound. I didn't find anything, but one of the cans was on the ground. The next morning, I found new prints, same kind of boot as before, right outside the window, fresh. That was the turning point. I stopped thinking it was just another hunter. Whoever it was, they were close. They were watching. They'd come all the way up to the window and stood there during the night. I didn't know what they were after, but I knew they hadn't come to say hello. I loaded up my rifle, filled both magazines, checked the shotgun again, and started keeping a pistol in my jacket. I stayed close to the cabin that day and chopped wood just to have something to do. I kept looking over my shoulder. By that night, I had decided I wasn't going to stay the full 8 days. I planned to leave the next morning. I cooked up a big meal, packed up some food in case I had to leave fast, and kept the fire burning all night. I didn't sleep at all. I kept hearing sounds. Not loud, just branches snapping, faint crunching in the leaves, like footsteps being careful. Right before sunrise, I stepped out and saw something that made my heart thump hard in my chest. On the edge of the woods, directly in front of the cabin, maybe 40 feet out, was a small pile of rocks. It hadn't been there the day before. 5 stones stacked in a little pyramid. It looked deliberate. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a long time, then walked back inside and started packing everything. I wasn't going to wait around to see what came next. As I was closing up the cabin, I noticed something else. On the inside of the window, low to the bottom of the glass, there were faint smudges, like fingerprints. They weren't mine. I hadn't touched the glass there. They looked like someone had put their face up to the window, nose and fingers pressed against it. Watching, I started the truck, turned around, and drove out faster than I probably should have. But I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I didn't feel safe until I was 20 miles down the road, out of the trees and back on the highway. When I got home, I filed a report with the sheriff's office. They told me they'd send someone out to check, but I never heard back. I don't think they found anything. A few weeks later, I started going through the photos I took up there. Mostly trees, deer tracks, creek shots. But then I found one I didn't remember taking. It was a photo of the cabin, taken from the treeline far back, zoomed in, from a different angle than I ever stood. I didn't take that photo. I haven't gone back. I had been feeling overwhelmed for months. Work was nonstop, my phone never stopped buzzing, and my sleep had turned into broken stretches of tossing and turning. I needed to get away from everything, no internet, no traffic, no phone calls, just a break. I found a listing online for a cabin deep in the northern woods, owned by some guy who barely used it anymore. He didn't want much for a week-long stay. Said it was off-grid, had solar panels, a wood stove, a well pump, and everything you'd need if you were just looking to unplug. That sounded perfect to me. It was almost 5 hours from the city, tucked into a corner of the state I'd never been to. No big towns nearby, just long stretches of road and thick pine forests on both sides. I left early in the morning so I could get there before dark. The drive felt endless. I didn't see another car for long periods of time, and I kept checking the GPS to make sure I hadn't missed a turn. I drove through some logging roads, and then even rougher tracks that barely looked like roads anymore, just 2 ruts through the trees. I hit the final stretch right as the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. The trail was getting muddy from recent rains, and I had to keep the wheel tight or I'd slip into one of the ruts too deep to climb back out of. The cabin wasn't much to look at, but it had a sturdy feel to it. It was square-shaped, built from real logs, with a steep metal roof and a wide wooden porch. There was a big stack of split firewood covered in a tarp off to the side, and a shed a few feet beyond that. The air smelled like wet dirt and pine sap, and everything was quiet. I didn't hear birds or crickets, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees and a few creaks from the cabin as it settled. I parked a few feet from the front steps and stretched my legs. Everything felt still. I didn't even have cell signal anymore. I felt good about that. I grabbed my backpack and sleeping bag from the back seat and stepped inside. The inside was just as simple. One big room with a wood stove in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, a small bed pushed up against the far wall, and a counter with a propane burner and some old metal pots hanging on the wall above it. There was a hand pump at the sink that drew water from the well. No bathroom, just an outhouse about 50 feet into the trees behind the cabin. The windows had no curtains, just wooden shutters from the inside. There were a few dusty shelves with old books, jars of nails, tools, and a coil of rope. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and mold, but not in a bad way, just old, lived in. I dropped my stuff on the bed and looked around a little more. There were boot prints near the door, but I figured they were just from the owner, or maybe the last person who stayed. I found a battery-powered lantern in the corner and checked it. It still worked. I left it by the bed. There was no fridge, just a cooler with melted ice water and some ancient ketchup packets floating in the bottom. I'd brought my own dry food anyway. Cans of soup, trail mix, crackers, jerky. Enough to last. I spent the first night reading one of the old paperbacks I found. Something about hunting elk and drinking instant coffee. The only sounds were the fire crackling in the stove and an occasional gust outside. I didn't even hear planes overhead. Total silence. Felt kind of eerie, but peaceful. I shut the shutters before going to bed and fell asleep quicker than I had in weeks. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of rain on the roof. I got up, made some coffee, and sat on the porch watching it come down. The trees were soaked, darkened to almost black. Mist rolled between the trunks. I didn't see any animals, not even a bird. That seemed strange, but maybe they were just hunkered down from the weather. I walked out a bit, followed the muddy trail for a few minutes just to get my legs moving. The mud was deeper than before. My boots sank a few inches with every step. After a few hundred feet, I turned back. I didn't want to get caught too far out if the rain picked up. When I came back, something felt different. I couldn't place it at first, but when I opened the cabin door, I stopped. My pack had been moved. It was a small thing, but it was enough. I had left it propped up next to the bed. Now it was laying on its side, a few feet away. My sleeping bag looked crumpled too, like someone had brushed past it or stepped on it. I stood in the doorway for a full minute, listening. Nothing. I checked the door again. It hadn't been forced. It wasn't even locked. Maybe it had fallen over on its own. Maybe I'd knocked it without noticing. I went over my things. Nothing was missing, nothing was out of place aside from that. I told myself it was just the creaks of an old cabin making me paranoid. Still, that night I shoved a chair under the doorknob. The next day, I walked the perimeter around the cabin. I wanted to feel like I had some control. The ground was soft, but I didn't see any fresh tracks. Just mine from the day before. There were some broken branches behind the shed that caught my eye. Freshly snapped, not fallen, but maybe that was from wind or a deer. I peeked inside the shed. It was full of junk. Old traps, rusted tools, a coil of barbed wire, and a plastic cooler with a cracked lid. Empty inside. I shut the door and latched it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things. Small things, creaks, rustles, faint thuds outside. It was too dark to see anything out the windows, even with the lantern. I kept telling myself it was animals. Maybe raccoons or squirrels on the roof. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling. Sometime near dawn, I must have dozed off. When I woke up, the door was open. Not just unlocked, wide open. The chair I had wedged under the knob was knocked over. Muddy footprints led from the doorway toward my bed, and then back out again. My heart started pounding in my ears. I stood there frozen. I didn't want to go outside, but I couldn't stay either. I waited until the sun was fully up before grabbing my flashlight and stepping out. The prints went off the porch and around the side of the cabin. They weren't mine. I checked. They were too small, narrower than my boots and slightly shorter. No tread pattern I recognized. They circled the cabin and vanished into the woods. I followed them a few steps, but the ground turned harder, and I lost them quickly. That was when I realized I hadn't seen another person in days. No cars on the road, no smoke from chimneys, no voices, just silence. Whoever it was, they hadn't taken anything. They just come in, stood there, watched me maybe, and then left. I started keeping a fire going all day, even when it was hot. I didn't want the inside to feel cold. I kept the lantern on all night. I barely slept. Every sound outside made me sit up. Once I thought I heard breathing outside the shutter, just faint, like someone trying to stay quiet. When I yanked the shutters open, there was nothing there. No tracks, no movement, just the dark trees. On the fifth night, I was almost falling asleep when I heard it. A click, soft but clear, right outside the door. I held my breath, waited, heard nothing. Then another click, like metal, like something being opened. I got out of bed slowly and grabbed the flashlight. I pointed it toward the door and stood still for almost 10 minutes. When I finally opened it, I saw nothing. But off to the side of the steps, I found something that hadn't been there before. A spoon, just lying in the mud. One of mine. I kept it inside with the other utensils. It was clean. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the door locked and the chair jammed tight. I sat in one of the kitchen chairs with the flashlight in my lap, waiting for something else to happen. It never did. In the morning, I decided to check the shed again. I didn't know what I was expecting. I walked around slowly, heart pounding. When I opened the shed door, I stopped cold. Inside, on the dirt floor, was a pile of pine needles and leaves, fresh, arranged into a kind of nest or bedding. Right in the corner, someone had been sleeping there. There was a smell too, like sweat and damp clothes, a faint, sour scent that wasn't there before. I stepped back and closed the door slowly. My mouth was dry. I looked around the woods, but saw no one. That night, I kept a fire going until there was almost no wood left. I pushed a table against the door. I even tied my belt to the knob and fastened it to the window frame to make noise if it opened. I lay in bed fully dressed, holding the flashlight. At some point in the night, I heard a soft knock. Not loud, just 3 soft taps. Then silence. In the morning, I found nothing. The door was untouched. No footprints. No spoon. No spoon in the drawer either. It was gone. I packed that day. I didn't care about finishing the week. I loaded up my gear and drove out, even though the trail was half mud from the rain. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. I drove straight to a diner in the nearest town and sat there for an hour, just watching people move around. I kept waiting for someone to ask me what was wrong. No one did. A few days later, I emailed the owner and told him something was off. I didn't go into detail, just said there might be someone using the shed and he should check it. He never replied. A month passed, then 2. I finally looked up the cabin listing again, out of curiosity or maybe I found the place while scrolling through listings on a local classified site. It wasn't on Airbnb or one of those fancy cabin rental websites. Just a few grainy pictures, a short description, and a phone number. The pictures showed a small log cabin tucked deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest town. The price was surprisingly cheap for an entire week. Too cheap, actually, but the idea of being out there alone sounded perfect. I needed the break. I'd been stuck in the same daily routine for months, just work and sleep and nothing else. The idea of silence, of nature, of not hearing traffic or my neighbor's screaming kid felt like heaven. I didn't know who owned the place. The number belonged to an old man, judging by the voice. I didn't ask for details. I didn't really care. He just told me where the key would be and gave me a set of GPS coordinates since there was no official address. I packed my car with food, water, a small gas generator, sleeping bag, basic camping gear, and some books. No one knew I was going. I liked it that way. The drive out there took nearly 6 hours. The last 2 were on a narrow gravel road that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The trees grew right up to the edge of the road, and branches scratched the sides of my car. There were no signs, no houses, no driveways, just endless woods. When I arrived, the cabin looked smaller than I expected. It was just a single story with a pitched roof and a small porch on the front. The logs were weathered, dark from age and moisture, and the windows had those old wooden shutters. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the front door was crooked, hanging a little loose on one hinge. But it looked solid enough to stay in. As promised, the key was under a rusted tin can beside the steps. I opened the door and stepped into a single open room. A dusty wood stove sat in the corner, surrounded by a few chairs. There was a tiny kitchen area with an old counter, a few empty cabinets, and a small sink with a hand pump next to it. No running water, but that was expected. At the far end of the room was a single bed frame with a thin mattress that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was also a hatch in the floor, the kind of thing you'd expect to see in a cellar entrance. It had a padlock on it. I didn't think much of it. I assumed it was for storage. I dropped my bag on the floor and opened the windows to let the stale air out. It smelled like dust and dry wood. That first night, I didn't unpack much. I set up my sleeping bag on top of the old mattress, lit a few candles I brought, and sat outside for a while, listening to the wind move through the trees. No cell signal, no radio stations, just absolute silence, broken only by birds and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. By the second day, I was feeling more relaxed. I read for hours, sat on the porch drinking coffee, and went for short hikes around the cabin. There were no trails, so I marked trees with orange tape to find my way back. I saw a few deer in the distance and once spotted something big moving far off through the trees. Maybe a bear, though I wasn't sure. I didn't go near it. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, I started to hear something strange. It was very faint, but it was definitely coming from inside the cabin. A soft, metallic tapping sound. I thought it was the wind at first, maybe something loose on the roof or a tree branch brushing against the wall. But as I listened, I realized it was coming from below me, under the floor. I turned on my flashlight and looked around. Everything looked normal, but the sound continued, slow, rhythmic tapping, like metal lightly striking wood. I walked over to the hatch and crouched down beside it. The lock was still on. I put my ear to the wood. The tapping stopped. I stayed like that for a few minutes, listening. Nothing, just silence again. I went back to bed and tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. But I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I opened the hatch to see what was under there. The padlock looked old, but I had a small bolt cutter in the car. I broke it off and lifted the hatch. A set of wooden stairs led down into darkness. It smelled musty, like rotting wood and damp earth. I shined my flashlight down but couldn't see much, just the top few steps and the dirt floor. I thought about going down, but I decided against it. It was probably just an old root cellar. Nothing worth seeing. I closed the hatch and left it unlocked. The next few days, the tapping continued. Not every night, but often enough to make me uneasy. Sometimes it would last for a few minutes, sometimes longer. Once it even happened during the day, faint but steady. I walked around the cabin outside, trying to see if maybe there was a loose pipe or something banging in the wind, but I didn't find anything. I started keeping a knife next to my sleeping bag, just in case. On the 5th day, I was sitting on the porch when I noticed something strange near the back of the cabin. There were boot prints in the dirt, fresh ones. Not mine. I hadn't gone around that side of the cabin in days. The prints were heavy, deep in the soil, and they led directly to the hatch door. I followed them slowly, my heart beating faster. The prints stopped right in front of the hatch and disappeared. No prints walking away, just a single set walking up to it. I opened the hatch and looked down again. This time I went down the stairs. My flashlight flickered, but I had extra batteries in my pocket. The cellar was small, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet. The walls were stone, the floor was packed dirt. Old shelves lined one wall, filled with rusted cans, broken tools, and a few old jars of what looked like fruit preserves. But there was something else, something that didn't make sense. In the middle of the floor was a chain bolted to the ground. A heavy chain, the kind you'd use to tie up something strong. There was a rusted shackle at the end of it. And nearby, a wooden chair with one leg broken, lying on its side. I stood there for a long time, staring at it, trying to understand what it meant. Why would someone need a chain like that in a cellar? I heard a creak above me. I spun around and aimed the flashlight at the stairs. Nothing. But when I climbed back up and stepped out into the cabin, the hatch slammed shut behind me. I jumped and turned around. No one was there. I opened it again. Nothing below. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. That night, I barricaded the hatch with a chair and put the heaviest thing I could find on top of it. An old iron stove grate. I didn't sleep much. Every sound outside felt like a footstep. Every creak in the wood made me hold my breath. On the 6th day, I found something else. I had gone further into the woods, trying to clear my head. I walked maybe a mile out and found the remains of another building. Just the stone foundation and some collapsed wooden beams. It looked like it had burned down a long time ago, but there was something half buried near one corner. A metal box. I dug it out with my hands. It was locked, but the wood was rotted enough to break apart. Inside were photographs, old black and white photos. Some showed the cabin, but others showed people. Men tied to chairs. A few were lying on the ground, their faces bruised. One photo showed the cellar with someone chained to the floor. There were no names, no dates, just image after image of what looked like torture. My stomach turned. I dropped the box and ran back to the cabin. I packed everything. I didn't care that I had one night left. I was done. I put everything in the car, but when I tried to start it, the engine clicked and sputtered. Nothing. The battery was dead. I opened the hood, checked the terminals, everything looked fine. I tried again. Nothing. I wasn't about to stay another night in that cabin. I grabbed my bag, flashlight, knife, and started walking. I had marked the path with orange tape when I first arrived, so I followed it. But the woods looked different now. The trees felt closer. The light seemed dimmer, even though it was early afternoon. I walked for hours, following the tape, but never found the road. Every direction looked the same. Eventually, I stopped, sat on a log, and tried to calm down. I wasn't panicking yet, but I was getting there. I pulled out a granola bar, drank some water, and looked around. That's when I saw it. Another orange piece of tape, tied to a tree I recognized. I'd already passed that tree. I was walking in circles. I kept walking. I didn't stop. By the time it got dark, I was exhausted and still had no idea where the road was. I gave up and went back to the cabin. I didn't know what else to do. My legs were cramping, my feet were sore, and I hadn't seen a single sign of life. I spent the night outside, on the porch, my back against the wall, knife in my hand. The tapping started again. This time, it didn't stop. When the sun came up, I went inside. The chair and stove grate were pushed off the hatch. The cellar door was wide open. I walked over and looked down. Something had been dragged across the dirt floor. I could see the marks. I didn't go down again. I just stood there for a long time. By the afternoon, I tried the car again. It started. I drove straight home, didn't stop once. I never went back for my things. That was the main reason. No drama, no heartbreak, no emotional crash. Just the constant buzzing of the city and how it felt like everything around me was boiling, even in the winter. I'd been working night shifts at the delivery warehouse, barely sleeping, living off vending machine coffee and cheap microwave meals. My eyes had been bloodshot for weeks. My thoughts weren't coming in straight lines anymore, more like circles, the kind that trap you. So when I found this small, off-grid cabin listed for rent in an online forum, I didn't overthink it. The post had a few dark photos, wooden walls, metal roof, small generator out back. No Wi-Fi, no neighbors, middle of nowhere. The guy who owned it said it was used as a hunting spot in the off-season. I paid for 2 weeks. I didn't ask for more info. I just packed my bags, gassed up the car, and drove. The cabin was in northern Montana, near the edge of a national forest. I don't want to give exact details. If you ever find the listing, don't go. The drive took most of a day. As I got farther from the city, roads turned to gravel, then to dirt, then to something that barely looked like a road at all. I passed nothing for miles. No stores, no gas stations, just endless tree lines and stretches of cracked rock. I felt my phone buzz a final time as I lost service somewhere around the last marked turn. I wasn't worried. That was the point. I reached the cabin a little after 5 p.m. The sun was hanging low, painting the trees gold. The place looked just like the pictures. Single story, maybe 30 feet wide, 2 small windows in the front, and a front door that creaked even before I touched it. The cabin sat on a clearing maybe 50 yards wide, surrounded on all sides by thick pine forest. There was no fence, no driveway, just a dirt patch for parking and a short path to the front porch. I unloaded fast, just a duffel bag with clothes, a cooler full of food, some dry snacks, and a few essentials. I brought a book, a flashlight, a camp stove, and a couple of old battery packs for emergencies. There was a fire pit out back, some chopped wood stacked under a tarp, and a rusted-out barbecue someone had left to die. Felt simple, quiet, exactly what I came for. The inside was one room, bed in the corner, small table, a wood stove with a pile of old ashes, a gas lantern hanging from a hook in the ceiling. There was a back door too, leading to a narrow trail maybe used by hunters or animals. A dusty rug took up most of the wooden floor. The cabin smelled faintly of old sweat and cedar. I unpacked, ate a cold sandwich, and passed out early. The first night was peaceful. I woke up a few times, mostly because of the silence, the kind that feels thick. No sirens, no engines, no footsteps upstairs. Just the sound of the wind brushing the trees and a soft hum from the generator that I shut off before bed. I could hear my own heartbeat. The next day was normal. I sat on the porch. I read a little, hiked down the back trail for a couple miles, and turned around when I started feeling too far out. I kept an eye on my landmarks, large trees, rocks with moss, broken branches. I didn't want to get lost. I wasn't an expert woodsman or survival guy. I just wanted a break from people. But I felt good. Fresh air, cold wind, and no distractions. That night, I noticed something strange. I was lying in bed, lantern off, bundled under the thin blankets, when I heard a sound I hadn't heard the night before, a low rumble. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it didn't rise or fall. It was steady, almost like a motor. I got up and checked outside. There was nothing, no lights, no shapes, but the sound was there, deep, like a truck idling far away. Then it stopped, cut out clean. I waited, 10 minutes, 20, nothing. I went back inside and tried to sleep. The next day, I brushed it off. The third day started cold. I lit a fire in the stove, made instant coffee on the camp burner, and walked the back trail again, a little farther this time. I found an old deer blind half collapsed near a small stream. Spent an hour tossing stones in the water and listening to the echo through the trees. I saw no people, no animals, Just one squirrel and a bunch of broken branches that looked like something large had come through weeks before. That night, it happened again. This time, the rumble was closer. Definitely an engine, no mistake. I stepped outside with a flashlight and scanned the tree line. Then I saw it. Far across the clearing, maybe 60 or 70 yards back in the trees, was a shape. Boxy, high off the ground, like a jeep, not moving, just sitting between the trees. I flicked the light toward it and saw the reflection of something, maybe a windshield. Then the light caught nothing. It was gone. I stood there for a long time. I didn't feel fear, not exactly, more like confusion. Why would anyone be out there? No roads led back that way, no cabins, just forest. And I hadn't heard the engine come in, only the idling. No headlights either. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was someone from miles away, driving through trails I didn't know about. Hunters, maybe. I locked the door that night. The next morning I found tracks. Not animal ones. Tire tracks. Not deep, but fresh. Made during the night, judging by the frost around them. They ran from the edge of the clearing back into the trees, exactly where I'd seen the shape. I followed them a few feet before the forest swallowed them. Too much pine cover to track farther. I turned back. That day I stayed close to the cabin. Something felt off. Around noon I saw something else. A small item tucked under one of the chopped wood logs outside the back door. It was a candy wrapper. Bright red, not faded, not wet. Something someone had dropped recently. I hadn't eaten anything like it. It wasn't mine. I looked around. No footprints, no other trash, just that. I left it there, went back inside, locked the door, kept the lantern on. By evening, I decided I'd stay one more night and leave in the morning. I had enough gas to get back without cell service. I didn't want to deal with whatever this was. Even if it was nothing, it didn't feel right. That night, I heard the sound again. Louder, the same engine. I didn't get out of bed. I didn't turn on the light. I just listened. The sound circled the clearing. I couldn't see anything, no headlights, no figures. Just the rumble moving from one side to the other, slow and steady. Then silence. An hour passed. Then came the sound of a door shutting. A car door. Soft footsteps on the gravel outside. I froze, every muscle stiff. My eyes were open, but I couldn't see much. The cabin had no curtains. Then I heard it. Fingernails scratching lightly on the wood siding. Slow drags, all around the cabin, like someone circling, checking, not knocking, not trying to break in, just marking presence. I didn't move. Sometime before dawn, I fell asleep. When I woke up, the air was dead still. I opened the door and looked around. In the middle of the clearing, there were boot prints, deep, not mine, leading up toward the front porch, then away toward the woods. But here's the thing, they didn't come from the forest. They came from under the cabin. I stepped back inside and dropped to the floor. There was a crawl space. I hadn't checked it. I hadn't even thought about it. The opening was hidden behind the stack of firewood. I grabbed the flashlight and moved the logs. There it was, an old metal hatch partially open. I didn't open it. I didn't want to see what was in there. I packed everything, threw it in the car, didn't even eat. I didn't care about the deposit or the owner or what I was leaving behind. I drove. I didn't stop for hours. When I finally got cell service again, I called the number from the listing. Disconnected. I tried the forum. The post was gone. Deleted. I kept driving. Later that week, I checked local maps and satellite images. There were no roads back behind the cabin. None. I talked to a friend who'd hunted up north. He said some people make their own paths, off-grid people. Survivalists, loners, or worse. He told me stories about people who live in the woods full-time. People who don't want to be seen. People who might watch anyone who stumbles close. I never found out who it was, or how long they'd been there, but that crawl space, the candy wrapper, the boot prints, that wasn't a coincidence. They'd been there, maybe watching from the first night, maybe even before I arrived. And that Jeep, it never made a sound coming in, only when it wanted me to hear it. I won't go back. I don't care how much someone pays me. There are places in the woods that look peaceful, but some are just quiet because someone's watching and waiting, and next time maybe they won't just circle the cabin. It was early October when I decided to take some time off and get away from everything. I'd been working long hours for months. Same boring office, same crowded streets, same routine every day. I felt tired all the time. I wasn't sleeping well. I just needed to breathe somewhere quiet, somewhere far away from noise and screens and people. So I rented a remote cabin in northern Montana. I found it on a small website that offered secluded places for solo travelers. No luxury, no internet, no cell service. Just wood, nature, and silence. That's all I wanted. The place was advertised as a hunter's cabin, and it looked small and simple in the pictures. One room, a small kitchenette, a wood stove, and a single bed. The website said the nearest town was about 20 miles away. The cabin sat near the edge of a large forest, far from any roads. You had to park your car half a mile away and walk the rest. That didn't bother me. I was looking forward to the isolation. When I arrived, I parked my car near a rusted metal gate and followed a narrow dirt path. It was colder than I expected. I had packed warm clothes, but the mountain wind cut right through me. The path was rough, covered in dead leaves and tree roots. I walked slowly, carrying my backpack and a small cooler. There wasn't a sound except for the wind in the trees and my boots crunching the dirt. After 10 minutes of walking, I saw the cabin. It was even smaller than it looked in the pictures. A little square structure made of dark logs, with a slanted tin roof and a wooden porch. The door had a heavy metal latch, and there were no windows on the side I approached. Felt old, but not abandoned. The logs looked aged but solid, and there was a fresh pile of chopped wood stacked beside the porch. I stepped inside. It smelled like dry wood and dust. The floor creaked under my boots. There was a small cot with a thick wool blanket, a table made of rough boards, and a shelf with some old canned food and matches. The wood stove sat in the corner, black with soot but still usable. Everything was plain and bare, but that was what I wanted. I unpacked, set up my sleeping bag on the cot, and lit a small fire in the stove to warm the room. The first night was peaceful. I read a book by lantern light and listened to the fire pop and hiss. Outside, the wind blew harder, rattling the walls and roof. I could hear branches scratching the outside of the cabin like fingers, but I told myself it was just trees. I'd lived in the city my whole life, so every sound out there was new to me. I forced myself to relax, but something woke me up in the middle of the night. I didn't hear anything specific. It was more of a feeling, a jolt that pulled me from sleep. The fire had burned low. The room was dark and cold. I stayed still, listening. First, there was nothing. Then I heard it. Footsteps, not in the cabin, outside. They were slow, heavy, and spaced far apart. Not like an animal, not like a deer or a raccoon. These were human steps, boots on leaves, crunching slowly, coming from behind the cabin. I held my breath. The sound grew louder, then stopped. I stayed frozen for a long time, waiting. I couldn't see anything through the walls, and I wasn't going to open the door. I didn't even move. After a while, I heard nothing. The night went silent again. In the morning, I told myself I imagined it. Maybe it was an animal after all. Maybe a tree creaked just right. I tried not to let it get to me. I spent the day walking around the woods near the cabin, not going too far. The air smelled clean. I took some pictures, sat by a creek, watched a squirrel dig around in the ground. It helped. I started to feel calmer. That night, I made a small fire again and ate some food I brought. I checked the door latch before sleeping. It was locked. I also moved a small wooden chair against it. Not for safety, just to make myself feel better. I laid in bed and stared at the ceiling until the fire died down. It got quiet. No wind this time, just still and dark. I don't know what time it was, but I woke up again. This time I heard the steps clearly. The same slow, heavy walk around the outside of the cabin. But now it was circling. I heard the steps move from the back wall to the side, then around to the front. I sat up, heart racing. I didn't move to the door. I didn't even light a lantern. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake. Then the steps stopped right outside the door. I could hear the floorboard on the porch creak under weight. Just one step, then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I waited for the sound to come back. Didn't. In the morning, I went outside. The air was cold and damp. I checked around the cabin. I didn't see anyone, but I did see footprints in the dirt. Not boots like mine. They were older, maybe work boots, wide and deep. They came from the woods, walked around the cabin once, and stopped at the porch. Then nothing. No footprints leading away. I followed them to where they came from, maybe 10 feet into the trees, and then they disappeared. The ground was hard there, dirt packed with roots. I couldn't see where they went next. I looked around for a long time, trying not to panic. Eventually, I went back inside and locked the door again. The whole day, I stayed alert. Every sound outside made me jump. I didn't go for a walk. I didn't do anything but sit inside with my knife next to me. I kept the fire going, even though it made the room too warm. I didn't want the silence again. That night, I stayed awake. I kept the fire low, the lantern off, and sat near the door with the chair pressed against it. Hours passed. The stove crackled. My eyes hurt from not blinking much. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. But this time, they didn't stop outside. I heard them walking past the cabin, slowly, toward the trees. I peeked out through a tiny crack in the doorframe. The moon was out, shining dimly through the trees. I saw a man. He was standing about 20 feet from the cabin, in the shadows. He was facing the trees, not me. He wore a jacket and dark pants. His head was down. I couldn't see his face. He stood still for a long time. Then he walked deeper into the woods. His steps were slow, even. He didn't look around. He just walked into the dark and vanished. I didn't sleep that night either. I just waited for morning. When the sun finally came up, I packed my things. I didn't care that I had booked the place for a full week. I didn't want to be there anymore. I just wanted to go. I opened the door and stepped out. The cold air hit me hard. I took one last look around the cabin and headed down the path with my bag. But when I reached the place where I had parked the car, something was wrong. The car was there, but the back window was shattered. The inside had been ransacked. My spare clothes were thrown around. My phone, which I had left in the glove box, was gone. The driver's seat was covered in dirt, like someone had sat there with muddy clothes. I checked the tires. The front left tire was flat, cut, not popped. I stood there, feeling the cold run deeper into my skin. Whoever that man was, he had followed me. Maybe he had been living out in those woods. Maybe he saw me arrive, watched me from a distance. Maybe he liked watching people stay in that cabin. Maybe he didn't want me there. Or maybe he did. I knew I had to leave fast. I couldn't drive on a flat, but I had a spare tire in the trunk. I worked quickly, glancing at the trees every few seconds. I felt watched the whole time. My hands shook so bad I dropped the lug wrench twice. I finally got the tire changed, threw my bag in the back, and drove off down the dirt road as fast as I could without damaging the car more. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station nearly 30 miles away. There, I called the local sheriff. I told him someone had broken into my car, and I had seen someone near the cabin. He just nodded slowly, like he'd heard it before. He said they'd send someone to check, but I got the feeling they wouldn't. He asked me for the address of the cabin. When I gave it, he raised his eyebrows a little. "That one?" he asked. Then he just said, "Huh." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. I drove home that same day. I didn't even stop to rest. I just wanted to be far away. For weeks, I kept looking over my shoulder. I installed cameras outside my apartment. I changed my locks. I didn't sleep well for a long time. I never found out who that man was. I don't think anyone ever will. Maybe he lives in the woods out there, surviving off whatever he finds. Maybe he just watches. Maybe he waits. The website where I found the cabin listing is gone now. The whole page vanished. I even tried to contact the owners, but there was no number, no name, no reply. I know what I saw. I know someone was there, and I know I'll never go back. I don't usually talk about what happened. Sometimes I feel like it didn't even happen to me. I try to forget most of it, but certain things still stick. Cold sweat running down my back in the middle of the night, the smell of damp wood and gasoline, the taste of metal in my mouth, and how loud everything felt in that silence. It started with what I thought was a good idea. I had been working too much, dealing with the kind of burnout that doesn't go away with one weekend off. I figured I'd rent a cabin, get off the grid for a bit. No emails, no traffic, no people. Just trees, cold air, and peace. I found the cabin through a friend's older cousin. It wasn't listed online anywhere. He just said it was quiet, real out there, and gave me the number of some old guy who managed the property. I called, paid cash in person, and got handed a key with a faded tag. The place didn't even have a formal address, just a mile marker and some handwritten directions. That should have been my first red flag. The cabin was about 3 hours from where I lived, deep in the hills past a tiny mountain town that didn't even have a gas station anymore. I filled up before leaving civilization and followed a cracked county road up through the woods. The farther I drove, the less I saw. No houses, no parked cars, just endless pines and narrow bends. The road eventually turned to dirt, and I had to slow way down. Every bump made the truck rattle. I passed a few old signs that had rusted to the point of being unreadable. Some pointed to campsites that probably hadn't been used in a decade. The directions said to drive exactly 11.2 miles from the last fork in the road, then look for a short clearing on the right. That turned out to be a gap in the trees barely wide enough to spot if you weren't paying close attention. I backed up twice just to make sure I had the right place. The path to the cabin wasn't really a road, just 2 overgrown tire tracks curving through brush and pine needles. I slowly followed it for maybe another half mile, wincing every time branches scraped the sides of my truck. Then, all at once, the cabin appeared like something out of a different time. It was a simple, one-story wooden structure with a covered porch and a tin roof that looked old enough to cave in. The windows were small, the glass slightly foggy from dust or maybe age. A broken rocking chair leaned sideways by the front door. No neighbors, no other structures in sight. Just forest, thick and endless. Inside, it smelled like old smoke, maybe from a fireplace that hadn't been used in years. There were 2 small rooms, the main space with a cot, table, wood stove, and kitchenette, and a back room with shelves of canned food and an ancient-looking generator. There was no running water, but there was a red pump well about 20 yards out back, down a short slope. Felt exactly like what I needed, quiet, still, nothing to distract me. I unpacked and settled in. My phone had no signal, which was fine. I brought enough food for 10 days, a bunch of books, my camping stove, a flashlight, extra fuel, and my .22 rifle for any wild animals. I wasn't worried about people out there. Honestly, I figured I was more likely to twist an ankle than run into another person. That first night, the silence was almost too much. I hadn't realized how used to background noise I'd become. Air conditioning, traffic, TV in the next room. Out there, it was just crickets and wind moving through the trees. Every crack of a branch outside made me sit up a little straighter. I chalked it up to nerves. The second night was colder. The temperature had dropped fast. I got a fire going in the stove and boiled some Ken stew. I tried reading, but I kept glancing toward the windows. Even though I'd seen no one on the way in, I kept feeling like I was being watched. I told myself it was my imagination, just adjusting to the isolation. But by the 3rd day, something had changed. I went outside around mid-morning to collect kindling. That's when I noticed tracks, fresh, shallow boot prints in the wet dirt beside the back wall of the cabin. They weren't mine. I hadn't been back there since I arrived. I walked in a circle, scanning the ground. There were no other prints leading to or from them. Just that one set, about size 10 or 11, leading straight to the cabin and stopping at the back window. No prints going away. I froze. My eyes went up to the window. It was closed, but there was a faint smudge on the outside glass, like someone had leaned against it with their face. I backed away slowly. I spent the rest of the day inside, locking the door even though I knew it wouldn't stop someone determined. I kept the rifle close. Every creak of the cabin made me grip it tighter. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the fire low and lay under my sleeping bag, listening for anything. I must have dozed off at some point, but I woke up around 3 a.m. to a sound I couldn't explain. It wasn't loud, just a soft thud. Then a long pause. Then another thud. I didn't move. I just lay there, breathing shallow, listening. The sound came again, this time clearer. It was coming from outside. Not footsteps exactly, more like something being dropped on the porch. I sat up and pointed the rifle toward the door, even though it was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. Eventually, it stopped. The next morning, I opened the door slowly, gun in hand. Lying at the base of the steps was a small dead rabbit. Its neck had been broken. It wasn't torn up by an animal. There were no bite marks, no blood, just a clean snap. I stared at it for a long time. By that point, I knew someone was out there. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't break necks and leave kills like a message. I walked the perimeter, trying to see if I could find more tracks. I found 2 cigarette butts under the tree line about 30 feet out. They were fresh. No rain, no dirt. That afternoon, I decided to leave. I packed up quickly and threw everything in the truck. But when I turned the key, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again, nothing. Popped the hood. The fuel line had been cut. Clean slice. Someone had done it recently. I stood there in the cold for a long time. I had no phone signal, no radio, and the nearest town was probably a day's walk. Assuming I didn't get lost or run into whoever had done it. I spent the whole day and night thinking about what to do. I boarded up the back window, blocked the door with furniture, and kept the rifle by my side. I didn't sleep. Sometime around 2 a.m., I heard the porch creak. Not like before. This was slow, deliberate. I was sitting on the floor with the rifle aimed at the door. I didn't move. The doorknob turned, clicked back and forth twice. Then silence. I sat there until morning, heart racing. When the sun came up, I opened the door and found another rabbit. This time it had been skinned. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I took my backpack, loaded it with what I could carry: food, water, ammo, flashlight, and left on foot. I kept the rifle in my hands the whole time. I followed the path out to the dirt road, then started walking fast in the direction I came from. It was slow going. The road curved and twisted, and I kept looking over my shoulder. At one point, I heard something behind me, twigs snapping, but I didn't stop. By late afternoon, my legs were shaking from the walk. I hadn't seen another person or car. Just before sundown, I saw it. An old cabin on the side of the road I hadn't noticed before. It looked abandoned, no curtains, roof sagging. But I was desperate. I figured I'd stay the night there, maybe build a fire, rest. I stepped inside slowly. It was empty, dust on everything. No signs of recent use. I locked the door and sat down against the wall. My legs ached. My shoulders felt like they were going to fall off. I fell asleep without meaning to. When I woke up, it was pitch dark, but I wasn't alone. I didn't see anyone, but I could feel it. Something in the room had changed. I turned on the flashlight. There was a pair of boots by the door, muddy, wet. I hadn't seen them before. And on the window, smeared in what looked like charcoal or maybe ash, was a handprint. I didn't wait. I grabbed my bag and ran. I ran until my legs nearly gave out. I don't know how far I went. At some point, I found the fork in the road and saw the sign pointing back toward the main highway. I followed it. After hours of walking, I finally saw a parked truck by the edge of a logging site. A man stood beside it, smoking. He looked up as I stumbled toward him. I must have looked half dead. He gave me a ride to town. Didn't ask many questions. I didn't say much. I filed a report with the sheriff, but nothing came of it. They sent a deputy out to the cabin, but by the time they got there, the place was empty. No rabbits, no prints, no signs of anyone, just an old, broken-down cabin in the woods. They asked why I was out there in the first place. I didn't have a good answer. It's been a year now. I still live in the same city, still go to work, still take breaks when I can, but I never go alone, and I never go that far off the grid again, because somewhere out there, there's someone who waits for people like me. And if I hadn't left when I did, I don't think I'd be here telling you this. Not every story ends with a body, but not every... I rented the cabin because I needed a break from everything. I wasn't really trying to find peace or heal from anything dramatic. I was just tired of how loud everything had gotten. Traffic, phones, people, notifications, voices, doors slamming, machines humming. My apartment sat just above a 24-hour laundromat, so the soft tumbling of dryers and the buzz of fluorescent lights had practically etched themselves into my bones. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I told work I needed time off and didn't explain much. My phone I shut off the second I started driving north. I just wanted trees, silence, and a bit of clean, cold air to push out everything that had built up inside me. The cabin I chose was about 4 hours from the nearest real town and tucked right into a part of Northern California that even most maps didn't name properly. It sat alone on a slope, just before the forest thickened and rolled up into some private mountains. There were no neighbors, no service, no Wi-Fi. It wasn't a luxury place either, just a simple wood cabin, weathered gray panels, some creaking boards inside, one wood stove, and a gas line that worked the stove and heater. The water came from a tank behind the building, fed from a natural stream nearby. The outhouse was maybe 30 feet into the trees, and that was something I hadn't exactly looked forward to. The first day passed quietly. I spent a few hours chopping kindling from the logs left stacked on the porch. There were cobwebs on the windowsills and dried leaves tucked under the doors, but nothing that made it feel unlivable. I found myself liking the simplicity. No fridge humming, no sirens, no people walking overhead or yelling in the hallway. Just the crackling of the stove and the wind pushing through the high branches above the roof. The second day, I took a walk maybe a mile into the woods. I followed a small deer trail that seemed used often. I didn't bring much with me, just a water bottle, a knife, and a flashlight in my jacket. The light wasn't needed. The sun was strong enough to filter through most of the canopy. I passed mossy boulders and crooked trees. I heard small animals scatter as I approached, and birds flitted overhead, shifting every time I stepped on dry leaves or snapped a twig. I thought I was alone. For most of that walk, I felt like I had found exactly what I was looking for. Isolation, calm, nothing. But just before I turned back, I noticed something strange. I was kneeling beside a fallen log, watching ants crawl over some orange mushrooms, when I saw movement from the corner of my eye. I stood up and looked toward it. Just beyond the trees, maybe 50 yards away, was a figure. I didn't see a face or clothes or details, just the outline of a person. Still, facing my direction, not walking, not turning away, just standing. At first, I didn't move. I tried to squint through the light and branches. I figured it could have been a tree stump or something, but the longer I looked, the more certain I became. It was a man. He stood between two trees, just far enough to be blurry but close enough to make out human shape. I felt something go cold in my chest. I didn't wave or speak. I just turned and began walking back the way I came. Fast. I kept telling myself it could have been someone hiking, someone camping, someone just curious, but it didn't sit right. Something about the way he didn't move at all made it worse. No camera, no tools, no gear, just watching. By the time I got back to the cabin, I had half convinced myself it didn't happen. Maybe my eyes played tricks. Maybe I saw my own shadow between trees. I made a fire, cooked some beans on the stove, and sat beside the window for a while, looking into the woods. The next day, it snowed lightly. A soft, white dusting that didn't stick hard but gave the trees a pale shimmer. I stayed in and read a paperback I had brought. Around noon, I stepped out to use the outhouse. That's when I saw something else. There were footprints near the cabin. Not mine, not animal, just one set, human. No shoes, just deep boot prints in the thin snow, leading from the tree-lean to the edge of the porch. They stopped right there, like someone had come up to the porch but didn't climb onto it. They just stood there and then turned back. The prints were fresh, maybe from an hour ago, and they didn't match mine from the day before. The tread pattern was different. I didn't know what to do with that. I checked inside. The door was locked, Windows were untouched, nothing missing, but it rattled me. Whoever it was had come close enough to see through the windows, maybe even to hear me moving inside. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing small pops in the woods, maybe branches cracking under snow, maybe just animals. But every sound made me sit up and stare into the darkness. I left the stove burning low and kept the flashlight beside me. The next morning, I found something worse. The water tank behind the cabin had been tampered with. The hose that carried water from the tank to the pipes under the cabin was disconnected. Someone had unscrewed it. Not broken, not cut. Just carefully undone it and left it hanging there. The tank had been drained mostly dry. I reattached the line and tried to siphon what was left, but it wasn't much. The stream that fed it was another quarter-mile into the woods, and I didn't feel like walking back there. I had maybe 2 gallons left for everything: washing, drinking, cooking. I started to think about cutting the trip short. I didn't say anything out loud, of course, but I thought it, and maybe that was enough. By sunset, I had made up my mind. I would leave the next morning. I packed most of my things, cleaned up what I could, and put out the fire early. I sat for hours with my flashlight off, just watching the window. The sky was cloudy, and there was no moonlight, only the dull silver glow of snow reflecting what little light there was. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not loud, not fast, just soft crunches in the snow. Not animals, not wind. I could tell. I moved slowly to the window and looked out, not turning on the flashlight. My eyes had adjusted enough to see shapes. He was standing at the edge of the trees again. Same place, just watching. No flashlight, no headlamp, no sign of camping gear. No movement, just a tall man-shaped figure, upright and steady. I waited. He didn't move. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat against the back wall with a log in one hand and the knife in the other. I don't know what I thought I'd do with either, but it felt better than nothing. The footsteps had come closer than before. There were no new tracks around the cabin by morning, but I could still feel it. Someone had stood there in the dark for hours. I left that morning without breakfast. I didn't even refill the water bottles. I just locked the door and hiked the quarter-mile back to where I had left my truck parked on the gravel road. The tires had been slashed. All 4. I stood there with my mouth dry, not knowing what to do. I had no phone, no service, no help. The road was too narrow and snow-covered for many cars to come by. I hadn't seen a single one since I arrived. I looked around, feeling eyes on me, but saw nothing, just trees and sky. I walked the road for almost 4 hours. My boots were soaked through. My jacket held up, but the cold had crept into my legs. My fingers were stiff by the time I reached a ranger station that wasn't even supposed to be manned in the winter. Luckily, someone had been inside checking the generators. He called a tow and gave me a place to sit. I didn't say much. I didn't know what to say that wouldn't sound strange. I just said I had trouble with my truck and needed help. I didn't go into the cabin details. Not then. The next week, I returned home. I stayed in my apartment. The laundromat noise didn't bother me anymore. I liked it. The soft tumble of machines and the city hum made me feel surrounded again, like I was part of something with walls and lights and people. But here's the part that doesn't leave me. A few days later, I had the tires replaced, and the cabin owners refunded most of my payment after hearing the trouble I went through. They said no one else had used the cabin in months. The last renter had left it spotless. I uploaded the photos from my camera. Most of them trees, snow, shadows. One photo, though, stood out. It was from the second day during that walk in the woods. I had taken a photo of the mushrooms on the log. I didn't remember seeing it when I looked through them on the camera screen, but now, on the larger laptop screen, I could see it clearly. In the far background, behind the trees, mostly hidden in shadow, was a figure. Not close, not clear, but definitely a man. He had been there, watching, even then, long before I realized it.